And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the surprise live spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the spaceship studios from a galaxy far, far away. We have no trials today, so I decided to do a live stream, and it is also was requested. So here we go. I'm going to switch over to the screen right here. All right. Hello, it's me, Alien Spaceship. I hope everybody's having a good day, and we'll be talking about a couple of different things and doing the game and stuff like that. And now what we'll be doing is going to the game while we do this for a little bit, and if something doesn't go right with the game, we will go read some articles and stuff as we have people come through. Right. To my knowledge, there is no trials today, or something like that. And it's also Juneteenth, by the way, as well, so that's also pretty cool. And it is a holiday. So shout out to Juneteenth. Hope people are having good. Those that celebrate it have a good celebration over it. But of course, everybody acknowledges it because it's a federal holiday. All right. So let's see how this goes. If it works out or not. All right. Okay, so here is our pirate game that we always play. All right. I'll get this over here out. All right. So here we go. So now the Port Royal is now loading, and here it is. Making sure this works right. See, I'm testing out to see if the game works with this, and it just seems to have some problems. Alright, so we are not going to do the game then. Okay, so let's do this other thing. Alright. Let's go read over here about something. See how this goes. Alright, so let's read about some of this trial stuff. Alright, let's go here. Oh, okay. Cecil, thank you for letting me know. Okay. Hey, buddy. Watching a live. Thank you. Thank you. So it all goes well over there. All right. And trying to see some information about this trial. And also, Aaron said that they found a trial. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right. So now, as I said, the connection might be a little bit glitchy, but hopefully it picks back up. Okay, I understand. That's cool. That y'all found a trial. Okay. Let's see. So, all right. I guess this one. Might have to reset the modem. It seems that the connection's having some problems. I have to reset the modem. I'm trying to see. All right, the reason why I've been kind of stopping is because the connection is having some problems. I'm just trying to see how if I need to reset the thing or not. Yeah. May have to reset the modem. Let's read a little bit about this. On November 30, 2021, a shooting occurred at the Oxford High School in Oxford Township, Michigan, United States. The 15-year-old Ethan Robert Crumbly opened with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, deleting 4 students, unfortunately, and injuring 7 people, including a teacher. Authorities arrested and charged with Crumbly as an adult. The 24 crimes included the murder of terrorism, and Crumbly pleaded guilty to all the charges in October 2022 and was sentenced to December 2023 to life imprisonment without possibility of parole, plus additional years. Crumbly's parents, Jennifer Crumbly and James Crumbly, were charged with involuntary manslaughter for failing to secure the handgun used in the shooting. After failing to appear for their arraignment, parents were subject to manhunt by the U.S. Marshals. They were caught and arrested in Detroit, and the Crumbleys were tried and convicted separately for 4 counts with involuntary manslaughter for failing to secure the handgun used in the shooting. After failing to appear for their arraignment, the parents were the subjects of the manhunt by the U.S. Marshals. They were caught and arrested in Detroit. The Crumbleys were tried and convicted separately of 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter and were jointly sentenced on April 9, 2024 to the maximum allowed 15 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 10 years. Lawsuits were filed against the District of Oxford Community Schools alleging negligence by the school's officials, warning signs exhibited by the Crumblies leading up to the shooting, and I can't really find anything on the trial itself. Yeah, I was just giving an overview about like what we talked about yesterday. And at some point another time when we have the rest of the people here, we'll watch the closing. Yeah, so I was just giving a little bit of an overview about the shooting itself. And I probably would have to reset the modem because it's kind of not producing the best signal. But it is raining right now. All right. So just kind of giving like an overview about this because yesterday we reacted to some of Shannon's antics on the in that trial. Yes, yes. On we were reacting yesterday to some of the attorney from that trial's nonsense that she was doing. So that was something that we did yesterday, and I was just kind of giving an overview of what we talked about yesterday. All right, along with other stuff. Oxford High School used I was trying to find something on the trial itself, but I can't find anything like an article about the trial specifically. So I was just gonna kind of talk about this, but we already know about what's going on here. It was just for the broader audience to know what's going on. All right. Oxford High School used the active shooter drill known as the Alice Alert, which Alice alert, lockdown, inform, counter, evacuate, which uses proactive strategies to evade the gunman, such as using noise as a distraction and creating distance. Teachers were also trained to use the barrier. About the parents' trial, because we were talking about the parents, so I was going to see about the an overview about the parents' trial, but I did not find an article at the moment about that, but we will later. So I was just giving an overview about the shooting. Now, I actually did not see the kids' trial. I only saw the parents' trial. The teachers were also trained to use barrier and base of the door called the night lock, which was installed in every door at the school in 2017, 3 years before such barriers were required in Michigan law. So it was good that they had although people got injured and deleted, it's good that they had try to have some sort of protection if these people try to do it. You said the kid pled out. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Aaron. Tom said that was very divided chat too. The Crumbly trial chat was about evenly divided and very snappy with each other. Ah, okay. I I did I wow, that's interesting. I'm sure now I know with the parents there is some division. I remember that. But yeah, Tom, thank you for informing me about what happened. The mom was first, and I saw the one with the mom because we were reacting to Shannon yesterday and her being goofy. So I thought it was quite interesting to see this, you know, to talk about an overview about what happened before that. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Tom, it sounds unfriendly, definitely. Hey, Shecky, good to see you, buddy. We're live for a little bit. We're talking about some of the trials that we've previously seen. We're talking about the Oxford shooting because we were reacting to some videos about the trial, and that's what we're doing at the moment. The signal might not be perfect because of the weather, and I might need to reset the router, but we're still kind of hanging in there. We're still hanging in there. And oh, hello, Remy. It's great to see you. Welcome. And Aaron said, haha, that's why it looked while before I forced my friendship on all you. Yeah. Yeah, so basically, yesterday we reacted to Shannon, that trial with the Crumbly. Now we're just kind of going over like what happened exactly for maybe those that don't exactly know that didn't see the trial. All right. Shout out to all of you. Appreciate y'all being here and hanging out with me. All right. According to students and parents, rumors about threats of mass shootings at the school were circulating before it occurred. Kind of like Yeah, early live, yeah. So basically, the situation is that there is these people where you during the Columbine shooting, there was rumors about to happen, and maybe he told people this a Crumbly kid. He told people maybe at the school were calculating before it occurred, promoting some students to stay home the day of the incident. Yeah, okay, so he must have told people. Earlier that month, following an act of vandalism which included the hurling of a severed deer head from the school roof into the courtyard, school administrators published a note, the parents saying that they had been investigating the rumors but found no threat. Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard, Bouchard asserted that his office was also unaware of any credible threats prior to the shooting. Yeah, because there was an incident with the deer head, and yeah, that's not really a good omen. He like probably took a deer head and kind of like threw it on their lawn. I mean, on the school grounds. It's kind of creepy, but there you go. Yeah, deer head. So this has to do with the Oxford shooting. I'll go and like just show you all what I'm looking at here. Y'all could maybe want to read along. Y'all could. Okay, here we go. Yesterday we reacted to the Crumbly's trial, the mother's trial, and we're just kind of going over like what that trial was about. Yeah, yeah, I agree. So someone that's doing a school shooting is going to be very deranged. So it was quite crazy. So we will like continue to like go over that again for y'all to understand. According to students and parents, rumors about threats of a mass shooting at the school were circulating before it occurred, promoting some students to stay home the day of the incident. Earlier that month, following an act of vandalism which included hurling of a severed head of a deer, so from the roof of the courtyard of the school, school administrators published a note to parents saying that they've investigated with no threat, and they said that earlier that month, the following act of vandalism, which included the hurling of a severed deer head from a school roof into the courtyard. So the Crumbly kid allegedly threw a deer head into the courtyard from the roof, to be creepy. So that's what the Crumbly kid did. School administrator. Oh, hello, Lynn. Good to see you. School administrators published a note, parents saying that they had been investigating the rumors but found no threat. The Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard asserted that his office was also unaware of any credible threats prior to the shooting. All right, so the shooting itself that occurred. Surveillance footage showed that Ethan Robert Crumbly entering a bathroom and exiting it about a minute later, holding a semi-automatic handgun. Immediately afterwards, he started firing in the hallway. Viewer discretion is advised. This is quite graphic. Hundreds of students passed through, transitioning from one class to another. When the students began fleeing, he methodically and deliberately walked down the hallway and shot into classrooms and at anyone unable to escape until he moved toward another classroom. Due to quick response by students and staff, Crumbly was unaware to actually enter any classrooms. So, it shows that the danger about anything could happen anywhere to anybody. And people that are going through bullying or have these crazy thoughts need to have other ways of expressing themselves. And people got to be very careful in general, because if you have a madman on the loose, you got to be very careful. So I think that people, young people, and all people that do these kind of things are not, like, say they're angry or upset about something, or they're just kind of evil. They're not expressing themselves properly by doing things like this. because there's more healthy ways of putting the energy into something, and people need to have more emotional control to not do things like this, and hopefully it can decrease. Oh no, she's not on trial again. We were just reviewing the trial that happened already. Yes, last night we reacted. I reacted with the chat to Shannon, the attorney, her inappropriate actions in the courtroom, and we're just kind of going over just reacting to it with the chat. And this time, what I'm doing is just reading about what that case was about. So no one's on trial again. Like yesterday, we talked about Johnny Depp trial also, and he's not on trial again. But there's some juror coming out with a new book, and with the book, it's about his experience. One of the jurors' experiences with that trial. Yeah, the deer head's crazy, definitely. Right. According to students, a voice over the intercom alerted them to an active shooter, and the teachers started locking and barricading the doors and covering windows, convincing them it was not a drill. Others recounted hearing the loud. Yeah, good times, definitely. Yeah, a Johnny Depp trial. Teachers started locking and barricading the doors and covering windows, convincing them it was not a drill. Others recounted hearing loud banging sounds before they realized the noises were gunshots and quickly locked the doors. One student who hid in the toilet stall recalled hearing a pew-pew being cocked outside the bathroom. Once the school had secured, he opened the bathroom door to find several bodies lying on the floor, which is quite graphic. Yeah. And all of that for nothing. The rest of his life, he's going to be locked up. And also, those victims lost their lives and people were traumatized from it. It's like no one benefits from this situation. Johnny Depp was my first trial also, and I found the Independent first. Then they were saying that this channel called Law and Crime was the only one that was working when they had some weather problems. It was causing connection problems for Independent, but Law and Crime was still on. So I went there for like one time for like 30 minutes or an hour or something. Then I went back to it later that year when Darrell Brooks was going on. And then I got mass requests to continue watching Law and Crime because people in the chat liked me, and here we are. Yeah, so The Independent was where I watched it, but I went to Law and Crime one time, but that changed everything. It's quite crazy how everything just kind of falls together. At 12:51 p.m., police received the first approximately the 911 call, 100 911 calls about the shooting, and headed to the school within 2 or 3 minutes of the first responder arrival in the scene. Crumbly was arrested unharmed by a deputy assigned as a school resource officer and a second deputy. The assailant allegedly still had 7 rounds of ammunition loaded into his handgun with 15-round magazines. At the news conference in Oakland County, Sheriff Michael Cabe that's funny, Lynn. Yeah. Said Crumbly surrendered to deputies without incident. The entire shooting lasted about 5 minutes and occurred in the southern end of the school building. A total of 32 spent bullet casings were found in the school. So basically with these shootings. Oh, hello, Alice. Hello there. It's great. It's wonderful to see you. I hope that you are doing good. It's been a while since we've seen you, so welcome to chat. All right, so now the Columbine shooting was supposed to be a bombing, but it didn't. They didn't do something right either with. There's a mechanism inside the timer that may have not went off because it was plastic, and it had like a safety mechanism in it, or it was a malfunction, or they set AM and PM mixed. They got AM and PM mixed up, which thankfully, it was terrible the shooting happened, but the bomb would have been even worse. Then they start a chain reaction of all these other attacks. So these other attacks that are happening, you see, these shootings were copycats of that incident. Which, as I said, there's better ways for people to express themselves. Oh, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Alice. Alicia, rather. So, happy birthday to you. And of course you can, Alicia. Definitely. For it's tomorrow, you said. Okay, so happy birthday for tomorrow. And you certainly can. Oh, okay, Aaron, understood. Immediately afterwards, the school went into lockdown. Some students were evacuated to a nearby Mizir school store, a Mizir store. And one woman helped shelter children in her house. Authorities conducted 3 sweeps of the building in search of victims and evidence. At least one student posted a video to social media showing people hiding in a classroom with someone out of the hallway spoke to them, claiming the law enforcement, those locked down in the classroom, mistakenly believed the speaker was the shooter. They ultimately fled through the windows, and from there, a deputy led them to safety. During the subsequent press conference, Sheriff Bajard confirmed that based on surveillance footage, Crumbly had never knocked on a door, and the person speaking from the hall was likely a detective trying to calm the students. So, in these situations, you'll have these when you have survivors of a traumatic incident. Sometimes they don't always remember things properly. Like with the Titanic's a famous one because they don't. Some people don't know if the ship broke in two or if it went down straight, without breaking up. So people, it broke in two pieces at some point when it was going down, but people don't. It was very dark, and as I said, people don't always quite recall what happened because they're going through a traumatic event, and you may not always remember things properly. And now, yeah, there's usually from the intercom when you hear somebody, it could be the shooter. That would make sense, and especially during the Sandy Hook one, they thought the police were the shooters. So yeah, I can understand it's kind of difficult to distinguish sometimes, especially in a situation like that when the aura turns red and it goes into a fight or flight mode. In a situation like that. 3 students in amnesia caused by trauma is definitely very common. Yes, it is absolutely, Alicia, definitely. 3 students in Maddie Scene Baldwin, 17, Tate Meyer, 16, and Hannah St. Juliana, 14, were deleted at the scene. Rest in peace to them. And 8 other people, including a teacher, were injured. Rest in peace. Meyer was reportedly shot while attempting to stop the gunman, and he was deleted in a police vehicle en route to the hospital. On December 1, a fourth student, 17-year-old Justin Schilling, was deleted in the hospital from his injuries. By the night of November 30, 3 of the injured were in critical condition, with one of the ventilator. Another was in serious condition. 3 were in stable condition, and the injured teacher was discharged after being treated for a graze wound to the shoulder. The last injured was discharged on January 17, 2022, more than a month after the shooting. Yeah, definitely, Tom. And also, Karen Reed is finally over with. I just had to mention that. All right. investigation. The school was processed by investigators with video footage from security cameras within the building as primary focus. Officials told reporters that the cameras showed some actual shooting, and the Crumbly had a clear intent to delete other students, saying he fired through the barricaded doors in the mid of the heads and chest of the victims at closing range. A search warrant was executed at Crumbly's home, where a cell phone, a journal, several long guns, and other items were seized as part of the investigation into the shooting. In Crumbly's prior social media posts, the cell phone contained two videos of the Crumbly. The journal also reportedly detailed, quote, his desire to shoot up the school, and was quoted including, hopefully my shooting will cause Biden to get impeached. Gosh. According to Sheriff Butchard, as reported on December 4, investigators had spoken with Crumbly's parents during the search of their home afterwards. So, yeah, in his journal, as we saw in the trial, he seemed like he was trying to reach out for help, and the parents just seemed to be ignoring him and being stupid and doing other things and getting him a pew pew. It's like, that's the last thing he needed was a pew pew, a firearm. That was the last thing he ever needed. And, it could lead to a path of destruction as it did. And parents need to be very involved with their children's lives. And people that are struggling with thoughts like this need to get help, and that, that there's, always an after this where it won't last forever and there's better days ahead. People choosing a temporary, a permanent solution to, temporary problems like bullying and stuff like that, things that would pass over. But, as we know on YouTube, bullying does happen and trolling does happen. And it's kind of a way of life on YouTube, but basically to not let it get to you to the point where it would cause things like this or other problems. I wish I knew, Alicia. I wish I knew. Where bro is trying to get him impeached. If anything, it would strengthen Biden's position on anti-gun laws and would just strengthen his presidency and his position. It wouldn't get him impeached. It will only make the Trump train look bad. If somebody like that was supporting him, because as I said, it would just where they want more gun regulations, and it was an example of why they maybe want more gun regulations. As I said, another thing about people like this is their narcissism is in their delusional thoughts that they're already having. When someone's at this point, they're already built in a fantasy world, and that they have a grandiose of self, and he thought that his impact would be so strong that it would cause that kind of change, but it actually would do the opposite. Many people that do these types of actions and bombings and stuff, they think that it's going to change the world to be a better place, but it's not. It's going to do the opposite. So, yeah, actions can change the world, but not things like this. And this is the school response. Following the public scrutiny, the school's handling of reports about the Crumbley's behavior, the superintendent of Oxford Community Schools school district that includes the Oxford High School announced that a third-party investigation of the incident would be conducted. He also said he would recommend a review on the district's entire system to school board members. The official Michigan Attorney General Dana would recommend a review of the district's entire system to school board members. The official Michigan attorney offered to conduct the investigation, but district declined the offer. Instead, the district stated that it would use the outside firm for investigation. Later during the interview, the WXYZ TV Nestle criticized the district's decision to hire a third party to conduct an investigation. saying she did not believe it was appropriate. She also expressed her doubts the results of the investigation would be made public. All right. So Alicia says, kind of like the Luigi guy, like deleted the UHC OFO dude. Him being deleted isn't going to change the healthcare problems. And there are exactly, and there are healthcare problems with, and the system, probably does need reform. Hello, Mary Toodles. A shout to you. Yeah, there wasn't a. They found some of them found another trial, but I went live because they didn't have anything to watch. And yeah, and yeah, oh yeah, right on, Remy. And but basically, and he also was, well, he was educated well, and he seemed like he had a good potential to him. And as I said, there's good at say the worst things are done with the best intentions, and he had, as I say, good intentions behind what he was doing, but it would only be replaced with another CEO. So, but yeah, definitely does. He did bring attention to it though about the healthcare situation. He did, but as I said, there could have been other ways to do it because it only would be replaced by someone else. But yeah, it's certainly the healthcare is a known a problem about that. But yeah, exactly. And as I said, there could be other ways of doing that without wasting a life. But as I said, that situation is, the intentions. He had good motives, but it didn't wasn't really that great. It wasn't good at all. But basically, this situation, he thought that there would be a shooting. So the Crumbly shooting, he thought that it would cause Biden to get out of office, but it doesn't make any sense. It only would strengthen them their position on the gun control. But yeah, exactly, Alicia. Very good point. And I do think that trials should be televised, like Diddy and Luigi's trial. I think they all should be televised. I agree with Jesse Weber about that definitely because I think we're in a different time period, and people should see which the trials that are going on. But New York State doesn't even televise anything. Yeah, yeah. Lots of babies in the farm right now. Alicia says it's crazy. I'm usually listening to the trials, but not actively in chat. Oh yeah, yeah. Because farm work is, there's a lot of with the babies and the farm. It's a lot of work. I have a friend that does farming, and also the cat farms also are very that my family has are very active too. You know, and yeah, and possums also. Yeah, shout out to the animals. Yeah, it does suck. It does suck. And there's conflict. Oh, hello, Libby. It's great to see you, friend. Welcome to the channel. And what I do to the people that I know from YouTube that come here, I'll make you a mod. Here's your wrench. And as a thank you for being here and subscribing, and also I knew you from the trial chat, so thank you, Libby, and those that brought Libby here. I appreciate her being here. And you thought I was black for some reason. Yeah, and I am white, but yeah, and also basically, but it's okay. It's okay. It's all good. But yes, I am white actually. It's, and also, we are reacting to I was like reacting to some trial stuff from the Crumbly trial, and now I'm just kind of going over what that trial was about. On December 6th, prosecutor Karen McDonald said Oxford High School officials had legal grounds to search Crumbly's backpack and locker when concerns were raised about his behavior on the other hand of the shooting, but never did for some reason. Well, that's good. That's good. but they never did. So, for reasons which were not made clear, she also said that charges against school officials were not being ruled out. On December, a Niesel announced that her office's intent to review the actions taken by the school leading to the shooting, despite the district turning down her offer to do the same. Quote, I really do think it's incumbent upon the Michigan Department of Attorney General and top law enforcement officials and the state to conduct further review. Perpetrator. The shooter was identified as 15-year-old sophomore student Ethan Robert Crumbly, born April 28, 2006. He was in class on the day of the shooting. Crumbly was placed under self-deletion watch after being taken to the county's juvenile detention facility. Oh, okay, Libby, understood. And thank you for coming to the channel. He initially maintained his right to silence. Crumbly was born in the Atlantic Beach, Florida, 15 miles, 20 kilometers east of Jacksonville, to parents Jennifer and James, both of whom had prior minor criminal records from 1995 to 2005 for DUI and check fraud. During Ethan's childhood, both parents worked in business development and marketing before the family Issaquah, Washington, a few years later. Hello, G. It is great to see you. We are well. Thank you for being here. And yesterday we reacted to the Crumbly trial, some scenes from it, and now what we're doing is reviewing that case. Just giving an overview of what that case was about. And shout out to G. This trial was so sad because the kid literally cried out for help for months. It was definitely a very avoidable tragedy. Oh, absolutely. G, I have not shown the video of the reaction of the closing argument. I did not show that yet. No. All right. So we're just kind of like reviewing the case at the moment. Crumbly was born in Atlantic Beach, Florida, 15 miles east of Jacksonville, to parents Jennifer and James, both of whom had prior minor criminal records from 1995 to 2005. The DUI and check fraud during Ethan's childhood, both parents worked in business development and marketing before the family in Issaquah, Washington, a few years later. Yes, yes, and we'll do it when you're present. Moki and yeah, and also I want G to be here when we do it. And Remy said the mom was too busy baying in car parks. Yes. Yeah, definitely. And they were just doing regular things and just ignoring their son cry for help. Now, there was with the Columbine shooter, one of the shooters, Eric Harris, he was given a certain type of medicine that has a side effect of making people aggressive. And he was on the medicine when he did the shooting. So that is what we did with that they took the medicine off the market after that. Yeah, so that was something pretty cool to know that they took a certain medicine off the market, and he was asking for help. He was okay. Eric Harris was in both Dylan Klebold of the Combine attack. They were getting help, but it didn't really work. The people didn't do it right. Yeah. So, and also the bullying didn't help either. Yeah. So this one was asking for help and begging for it, and the parents were ignoring him. So I do think the parents are certainly responsible, and it was good for the kid to try to ask for help. Because usually in normal situations, he would have gotten help if he had normal parents, but he had Timu parents. All right, we got G. I mean, if you are going to bang or go to big or go home, excuse pun didn't mean that kind of big, that big bang. I mean, like, as if you all know, horse and carriage ride, a nice exclusive hotel rooftop and drink. G said, or at least bang in front of Neiman Marcus or Bloomin' Dagels or a Chanel or Dior, not Walmart supermarket. Right on. G said he begged his mom to get him help. Yeah, that is true. With Crumbly. Yeah. It's just I remember seeing the stupid videos that she was doing and the life she was living. It's so evil when the parents neglect a kid like this that's asking for help. And there are cowards about it, in my opinion, when they were trying to flee the town. They're Timu Creonge. And the Columbine perpetrators wanted to have a chain reaction of these things to occur. But as I said, there's better ways of people expressing themselves or dealing with the type of trauma of bullying and things like that than doing what they did. So, and hopefully this can end because this is a copycat of that one. A former neighbor told the Detroit Free Press that shortly after the family's subsequent move, Michigan in 2014 and 2015, Jennifer and James often left their son home along without the phone as they frequented the downtown Lake Orion. Or her reaction after, like no emotion towards her son at all. Yeah, and it must run in their family. It must be something he inherited from them. Yeah. People having children that have no business being parents. I agree. And G said, first of all, if a guy can't afford to take me to a dinner before, or a coffee, or a slice of pizza, anything, and told me the best he had was the market. Oh, well, really? Definitely. Aaron, you were damn straight. I wouldn't cheat to begin with. I vowed to myself, even I married, and that occurred, I never would. Why would I be something I hate? Exactly. In yeah, Mudchick. In downtown Lake Orion, the neighbor became so concerned that she filed an anonymous complaint via phone to tell the state's Child Protective Services agencies, but she did not know if any action was taken. According to the prosecutors, Ethan's only friend moved away at the end of October 2021, and a family's dog was passed away, plunging him into a depression. And a dog's man's best friend. When a pet dies, it's very sad, and I guess that was a dog that was helping him out, and then he got into a depression. You know what? And they give him a pew pew. They go give him a firearm. Oh, okay, Todd. Congratulations. I hope that you have a blessed, safe flight, and I'm very excited for you. And thank you for coming here and telling us hello. Into depression as early as March 2021. He started sending his mother disturbing texts about his state of mind, which included claims about quote unquote demons and ghosts inside the home. Yeah, and a lot, and also Carlos was claiming that there were demons and things inside the home. Well, he was seeing shapeshifters rather. So when he was seeing the shapeshifters, and then this one seeing demons and ghosts. Now, we talk about conspiracy theories on this channel. We talk about aliens and things like that. I do believe some, or at least all, or some of the aliens that are seen have to do with fallen angels or things like that. And not all of them necessarily, but I do think quite a bit of alien sightings are connected to that, in my opinion, or some kind of supernatural entity like that. And then ghosts are allegedly, now there are ghosts of people that passed away or whatever. And I do think that some ghosts could be demons. So him seeing demons and ghosts, and then him doing this from a religious point of view. There's a scientific or a psychological point of view, and then there's a religious point of view. So with the religious point of view, yeah, he was seeing these demonic entities that he became depressed and became, say, spiritual weakness, where he did what he did. He's responsible for his actions, but he allowed these other entities to come in, and he's seeing these things, you could say, as bad omens, which I do believe in a spiritual realm, and I believe that, yeah, that's what you're going to see when you're going down that road. When you're going down that path, you're going to see that. And he didn't like what he was seeing, and he was trying to get help, but he didn't. Now, from a psychological perspective, he saying that, or was he having a certain mental break or a symbolicness about what he was seeing demons and ghosts? But as I said, that is not a good omen, and he was seeing them inside the home. He also reportedly videotaped himself doing some evil things to animals, which is very sick for people to do that, to hurt, to do something to an animal. That's very, disgusting. And that's what these psychopathic, sociopathic people are known to do before they, and serial deleters do stuff like that when they're young. Maybe not all of them, but that's what a lot of them do. And he made Molotov cocktails and sketched himself committing a school attack, a school shooting, something he also joked about with his friends via text message at one point. Yeah, and some kids were saying that, oh, glad to see you again, Libby. And also, you have this situation, oh, hello, Anna, good to see you. And you have this situation that occurs when people are, like the Columbine shooting, Eric Harris joked about with the Trenchcoat Mafia, which was this group of kind of rebels in the school. He was joking with some of the members about doing an attack and a couple of people, and he was just, and it raised some red flags. So that's something that Eric Harris did also in his attack. Special rooms are set aside for people who harm animals. Yes, that is true. That is true. Gee, the Carlos case is still going on, allegedly. G said, what do you do when you show you are? Says more about you than it does a person. G, synchronicity, G. Earlier I was saying to myself, you are what your reaction shows who you are, says more about you than it does about the person. I never do that to myself. Revenge, body, walking in front of them, classy, leaving them wondering. Yeah, so I think that basically with, I was saying earlier that when someone's acting like a bully or someone's doing something bad, it says more about them than about the other person. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely seems like that, G. There's no known time limit. Alicia says, after Columbine, new dress codes were enforced where you weren't allowed to wear trench coats or other long jackets at schools. And I heard also there was an enforcement of people wearing the uniforms more. My school was a private school, a very good school, and it had uniforms. I think it always had uniforms, but yeah, it just basically it was very strict with the uniforms of, and that is allegedly supposed to help with this problem. But yeah, and I do think that there should be security, and there should be Like there was one shooting that happened where the police were outside and they didn't go inside to deal with the person. And I believe at the Florida one, there is an incident where the police guard didn't go in there and try to do anything about it. And I'm like, come on, bro. It's, but if people, as I said, they have to have first responders responding first, not second. I know, G, I agree. About with a friend via text message. At one point, Crumbly alleged to keep a baby bird's head in a jar, ooh, which he later placed in the school bathroom. His parents allegedly never sought therapy for him following any of those incidents or behaviors. Weapon. So, yeah, and rest in peace to the poor bird. You see, when you have if I was at a school with someone like that, I'd get the heck out of there, man. I would be I'd hit the road, Jack, and never come back. Imagine how disturbing that is. It had to be like some creepy vibes. And the parents just don't care. There's like a fire going on, and they just don't do anything about it and pour gasoline on it. Yeah. Right, the weapon. Okay, G says in New York, quite a few of the high schools have cops in front all day in security, and that's even for mild cases. They do bring the metal detectors randomly, not enough funding to keep there. And I do think they need funding for things like that. I think all schools should have funding for that to keep the kids and faculty safe as much as possible if someone wants to do something. Another thing is that, as I said on YouTube, we call it trolling, but bullying is something that a lot of these people claim was a motivator to what they did, and as I said, that they need to be given proper guidance of better ways to deal with stuff like that. And people troll and bully because there's something about themselves that they're insecure about, and some people are just evil, and that's like what they have some envy, or they just want to pick on somebody. So it says more about the person bullying than the person being bullied. And then like this Crumbly kid and the other ones, they became the bully. They became the bully. The worst bully of that school was this Crumbly kid. Or just regardless of what happened to him, he became the worst bully. And the same thing with the Columbine one. Those two became the bullies. The worst ones ever went to that place. You like what G said. You don't become the thing that you hate. Like you have to rise above and become better than them. The greatest revenge is to not be like your enemy. It is sad, Lynn. It is very sad when schools need security. Like they always do that after a day of two kids fighting, or fake weapons, or even real. Yeah, can't have fake weapons. You can't have real weapons. You can't have stuff like that. Yeah. Yes, absolutely, G. Thank you. Why are you bringing detectors in 20 cop cars after? No one is bringing the pew pew the day later. Bring it on the days. Yes, they should always be checked. They're always doing it after the fact. I agree. Yeah. The principal said the governor's never, for her 30 years, would never fund it. It's too much. Yeah, and funding, would be a lot of money, and I do think it's necessary, and I understand it's expensive, and it would cause some other problems with, the economic problems maybe, and they would have to, New York is very, very expensive, and there's a lot of taxes. Everything's expensive there, so I guess things would get even more expensive. It's hard to imagine, but it would get even more expensive. Like a little apartment with a shack and a room is like really expensive. So yeah, it would just get even more. But if there was some sort of way that it could be done, it would be good if they had proper security that was nearly or completely foolproof. The weapon: a 9mm SIG Saucer SP2 2022 semi-automatic hand pew pew, and at least two 15-round magazines were recovered from Crumbly at the time of his arrest. While a third magazine was found at the school, Bouchard said that James Crumbly had purchased the Pew Pew under his own name from a local gun shop. And on Black Friday, 4 days prior to the shooting, prosecutors Karen McDonald later said that Ethan Crumbly was with his father at the time in purchase, and that he posted about on social media later that day. And I'm gonna read what y'all are saying. Lynn said, "Very sad and comforting that these are good, expensive areas, because angry kids, dysfunctional families, known as wealth, knows nothing, especially with psychological issues. Funding is expensive, and what's interesting is that if went on the state's ballot to vote for amendment for a small tax increase, the majority would vote no. Yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying, Alice." And Alice was right, and watched a YouTube thing on a teacher having a 2-year fling with a kid for 2 years. Oh, yeah. I've been seeing a couple of ones about that. Oh, hello. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Mary Toodles is my, she's my mom. Shout out to her. And thank you for your donation, Mary Toodles. I appreciate it. And Libby says, "Very sad people bullying kids and don't have what they have. Like, they bully if you don't have the money, like other kids and stuff like that. School employees should always listen and open their eyes and ears." Oh, I certainly agree with you, Libby, that they should be aware and be thinking about children that are being bullied. A secure person wouldn't do something like that. And humans have an inherent to be evil and do bad things to each other. And as I said, I think that they need to be aware. They need to have, be aware of this bullying, because, there's an African proverb about if you're not accepted by the village, the person will burn down the village and feel its warmth. So yeah, it's very important that the bullying can be addressed. And Anna says, "Your old married blonde with Italian name, right? 52 counts." And she said she can get life. Yep. "If my kid was troubled, I would never risk your kids. Never. I'd cry to God that this is my fate. I cried to my kid because no one asked to be sick, but you shouldn't have to lose your kid because of mine." Exactly. Exactly. Like Susan Klebold of Dylan Klebold had the same type of thought, and she just wanted him to delete himself if he was going to do that, and just stop hurting people when she heard about it. And yeah, that's like what she was very outspoken and outgoing to the different people of the victims and stuff. See, that is a very good attitude. Gee, I don't have kids. I'm learning about being too old, but if I did, I would homeschool. And I think, but 52 counts, okay. And there's no way I'd send him to a kid to a public school. Yeah, I was first at a Catholic school, and then I did better at this private school. It was more suited for me than the other one. The other one was kind of, the structure wasn't really good for me, so the other one, it was a good school, but the private school was a better, it had a better structure, like with helping me out and things like that. And it was like kind of like it was a big school, but with smaller classrooms. It was it was more suited for me. So, but it was fine. I mean, like the things that these people get bullied for, these like the Columbine kids allegedly were bullied. I've read everything how they were bullied. That would never happen where I went. It would call police if someone was being bullied like that. Oh, thank you, Libby, for your donation. Happy I found your channel. You're always so nice, and when I see you on the trial chats, thank you. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Libby. Thank you for your donation. Oh, hello, Abby. Shout out to you and thank you for coming here. And you were just talking about it. Oh, wow. Well, that is some really what a coincidence. Yeah, we're talking about the Oxford shooting. We're talking about this again because we are reviewing this case again as we were doing before with the other one that was going on. We were just taught we were reacting to scenes from this trial yesterday, and now we're doing it today. We're doing some more review, just like what this trial was about. All right. On social media later that day, McDonald also said that Jennifer Crumbly referred to the Pew Pew as Ethan's new Christmas present in a social media post based on recovered shell casings found in the school. Authorities believe at least 30 shots were fired. It was unclear how Ethan gained possession of the Pew Pew or how it was brought to him into the school building. In Michigan, minors cannot legally possess a Pew Pew other than within limited circumstances, such as when hunting with an adult. And G said the private school kids always do drugs. The more money, the higher level drugs. In public schools, most they can't afford is pot. Okay, G. I mine. There were a few students that were doing things they shouldn't have been doing. But it was just a few people that were troubled. It wasn't. Most of them weren't doing stuff like that, but there was a few doing things they shouldn't have been doing. But thank you, G, for your analysis on that. Yeah, and we were watching her last night. We're watching her again. Behavior immediately prior to the shooting. Yeah, G. Yeah, the ones down here are like that too. Yeah. So the Catholic school, I think, costs money too, and the private schools are like that as well. I'm talking about the cousin of New York, which is New Orleans. Well, technically, I went to Metairie, so Metairie's west of me. I went now in New Orleans schools. I don't, I went to a preschool one time. It was like it's called Eastminster. That was it doesn't exist anymore. That was pretty cool, but that was in you know New Orleans. I went. I guess the Holy Name was there too, but the other one in Metairie, it was so there's like New Orleans and Metairie. So Metairie's like a another area. It's like right next to New Orleans. I went to a school in Metairie, so I can only speak for Metairie when I say that. Yeah, it is. It's a similar pricing, G, in Metairie, but it's kind of like a cousin to New York, although not as big. Now now the school that I went to, it had a very big gigantic land it was on. Very big land. Very big, like they had a football field and like you could fit like probably 50 playgrounds or 100 playgrounds on it. It was it was gigantic. It's huge. It's like two or three football fields the size of their land. It's very impressive. The Catholic school I went to, it had like a tiny little cement courtyard. It was like a Timu playground. And like one time, I accidentally got like pushed off a slide, and I'm like, I survived, but it wasn't really a good fall. But thank God I was all right. I didn't break anything, but it was not nice. I didn't enjoy it. So, but yeah, it was quite interesting. So I guess one, the Catholic one, was more similar to maybe how a New York one would have looked like, maybe because New York City it is not doesn't have a lot of uh, grassland. It's more of like a city. I don't live there, so I don't know. But I think it's more like a city. So yeah, but the other one was like I said, nice green grass. And G said, I think elementary school private education is most important and absolutely important. My kids went to one with 10 kids max in the class. Doctor thought in teen years that was unhealthy. The thing is that you can be sheltered in the environment, and ones here are very judgmental, prejudiced. If you have to work with all kinds of people, you should know how to assimilate. Yeah. Now, my school in the beginning, it had smaller classes. Then you're integrated with the other ones, and you have like a two study skills. So I was always with the other group. I was always with the other groups, and I interacted with many kids and many people. So like I wasn't like sheltered. It was a good balance. Libby says, if someone ever bullied my child and kept doing it, I'm going to the school, grabbing the kid, calling his mom, and reselling the shield right now. Then, sorry, I'm hardcore sometimes. Yo, yeah, you gotta be hardcore because there's a lot of Timu people out there, and there's even some from Sheen. So, you gotta deal with them in a tough way. And Mary said, definitely, Alien. Remember the tennis courts and the swimming pool at your school? It was great. Yeah, there is a tennis court at so there was this other, so it would go from like kindergarten to 12th grade, and they had a kindergarten there, and it had a cement, it had like a tennis court and a pool there, like a it wasn't a big pool, but it was like a little pool. And now the summer camp I went to was a very good. I enjoyed my time at the summer camp that I had when I was very little. They had like an Olympic pool, but that was a cool place too. But my school had a pool, a small pool. It had and also on the playground it had rocks in it. So on the smaller one, so if you fell, you wouldn't have a problem like I did at the other place. Yeah, so it was a pretty cool place. Yeah. Oh, the ones here don't have swimming pools, tennis courts, Mary. Bless your heart, yeah. Posted about on social media later that day, McDonald also said that Jennifer Crumbly referred to the Pew Pew as Ethan's new Christmas present on a school media post based on the recovered shell casings found in the school. Authorities believe at least 30 shots were fired. It was unclear Ethan gained possession of the Pew Pew or how it was brought by him into the school buildings in Michigan. Minors cannot legally possess the Pew Pew and others within the limits of circumstances when such hunting with an adult. And you wish the school had lice. That's all I got. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate that you went through that, Abby. And yes, I am not waiting for them to solve it. Months and protocol. I just removed the child. Be honest, not going to lie to save my kid's life and torment. I moved towns. And cheer up, baby. That's when it shows to take us with you and write your heart. I think about all the time. Oh, that's very sweet for her to say that, Abby. And Abby, when my first one went to private school, 10 kids in class spread lice like wildflower. My kid's school, max kids, entire school, 85 kids. Now, also, Abby, at my school, there is an incident where one of the students did have lice. I did not get it, but I was concerned. So there was an incident of lice. There was an incident of lice one time, but it was not widespread. Yeah, it's good that y'all are also against bullying because you got these ignorant people like Crumbly's parents that don't do anything and they're too focused on buying things from Timu and Sheen because that's all they can afford. And they don't have any, and nothing wrong with people that can only afford Timu and Sheen, but they had no dignity to them because there's people that don't have anything, that are poor, that have nothing, that are very good, people at heart. But these people were bad at heart too. I mean, it's absurd that they would let their kid go through something like this and not try to help them. Police said that there was no indication that Crumbly had faced any disciplinary issues prior to the shooting. Still, Crumbly was reported to have met with school officials the day prior to the shooting. And once again, I love Timu also. Shout out to Timu. And also shout out to Sheen. There's been rumors that I'm the CEO of Timu. Maybe I am. Well, I'm at least their best marketer because I've caused Timu ads to run everywhere, and I made the Timu trend. And Abby says, "Alien, you're lucky. I got my entire school to bully me because I tried to tell a girl that she had it. I used to have to sit in a principal's office and bug in someone's hair. Scared." Okay, okay, it's coming back. Thank God. I'm back. I'm back. It's not back. Okay, it's coming back. All right, I went out for a moment, but here I am. All right, and Alien, you're lucky. I got the entire school to bully me because I tried to tell a girl that she had it. I used to have to sit in the principal's office with her. It was so bad, all over bugs in someone's hair. Yeah, yeah, I can imagine that was cringe. And for the school to attack you is also even more cringe on top of that. Scared. And G says, "Mary, it was next door to a church, a Meridian school, but obviously Board of Education certified in English. The teacher were like us moms, coring your apple, never once worried." Yeah, the horses were cringe. Yeah, the horses were cringe. So they spend 200 grand a year on those horses, and I remember seeing the videos of those horses, and they should have invested the money into trying to help their son not do an attack over just the horses, because I think that the horses, like, shout out to the horses, but still they should have been more focused on their kid. They weren't focused on their kid at all. A shout out to Gregatron. Oh, that's great to see you, buddy. Hey, today there wasn't a trial, so some of them found one, but basically I did this because the group want me to go live. And G said if you were late, the teacher spoiled your kids. One called me the other day, and my daughter wanted to teach Saturday school to children. She's in college now, though, so no time. I do bully my husband and son sometimes. They need to stop leaving their Cree up everywhere. Scared. Oh, yeah, yeah. They need to stop leaving their stuff everywhere. Or else the Timu Boogeyman might pay them a cheap visit. At least most of the people here, if not all, are super cool and don't bully from what I've seen. Oh, exactly. And thank you, Abby, for the nice feedback. All right. Behavior immediately prior to the shooting. Police said that there was no indication that Crumbly had faced any disciplinary issues prior to the shooting. Still, Crumbly was reported to have met with the school officials the day prior to the shooting, and once again on the day of the shooting to discuss his behavior. Prosecutor Karen McDonald later provided a timeline regarding the meetings. The first meeting occurred after a teacher spotted Crumbly using his phone to search the ammunition and reported him. During the discussion, Crumbly told them that he and his mother Jennifer had recently traveled to a shooting range and that the shooting reports are a family hobby. School officials left voicemail email for Jennifer Crumbly. She did not respond, but later texted her son, writing, "LOL, I'm not mad at you. You have to learn not to get caught." The second meeting occurred on the day of the shooting after another teacher found a violent drawing on Crumbly's desk, described by McDonald in a press conference as a drawing of a semi-automatic handgun pointed at the words "Thoughts won't stop, help me." You see, bro is asking for help. In another section of the note, it was drawing of a bullet with the following words above the bullet: "Blood everywhere." Between the drawings of the pew pew and bullet is a drawing of a person who appears to have been shot twice and bleeding. Below the figure is a drawing of a laughing emoji. Further down the drawing are the words, "My life is useless," and is right off it in the words, "The world is deleted." Anna said, "I was always rescuing people from bullies. I would call out the bullies in a crowd. It embarrasses them, but I had a quick comeback to bully. It shut the crap out of the kid." Yeah, well, shout out to comebacks. That's great that you're doing that. That you did that. Abby said, "If any teacher sleeps with my kid and I'm still here, I'm catching charges. They know better than to touch a child less someone they're supposed to mentor and teach." Amen. Tom says, "I got bullied bad in 8th grade. I spent that summer working on the farm, and when I got back to school, I was too strong for anyone to bully me." Facts. Facts. G said, "Her name is Emily Nullity. The teacher, you guys have to watch her sentencing. The sheer arrogance." I saw that. But I recommend y'all watch it too. Shaking her head and no, etc. Nothing was on the other night. So I'm like, what's this quick 12 minutes video? Abby said, "Wow, Tom said said I'm too cool for thoughts." And wrote off the bullies, defeated, demolished, privatized, ATA. Yeah, shout out to Tom. Awesome. Yeah, Tom's always cool. I remember this one time there is a Timu basement dweller from that had that was kind of like acting like a Sheen bully, and Tom was like the guy was trying to like bully Tom in the law and crime chat, and the dude said like he wanted to come over, and he told him like where he was, and he told him to come up to where he is and they'll fight. The guy said nothing. He was ready. He was so calm about it. Like, "Tom said you could come up and come fight me in person." That was awesome. Yeah, shout out to Tom. Awesome dude. Tom's the OG. Definitely. And she was married too. Wow. Oh, she was married. That's even more disgusting. And I was watching this YouTuber Skeeter Gene. He used to be called Skeet Hansen. He catches online predators, similar to like what Chris Hansen did. And they were catching predators, like they'll do a sting operation where they'll have like a decoy posing as a young person, and all these creeps. They catch so many creeps this way. Like there's this one incident where this guy was supposed to take his sister to see the boyfriend that was in the hospital, but he went to go meet an underage girl instead, and he said his sister wouldn't go with him, and that's why he did it. And the dude was so creepy looking. And this other time, Skeet teamed up with another dude, and the other guy knew the predator from school. He knew him, and the guy worked at Apple, and they did a good job roasting him because the guy thought he was going to meet two underage kids. but not quite. He met two big black guys, and yeah, it's just. And the dude was calling his mom and saying that he was sorry and stuff, and that he might need a lawyer. And it's like they only feel sad when they get caught. I mean, it's so evil and disgusting to do something to a child like that. You know, and Jesus said that anyone that hurts a child, they should be have a boulder tied around their neck and thrown into the sea. You know, so I think that it's absolutely, you know, cringe about what they're doing, but it's good it's being exposed. Thank you, G. Understood. And it gives it to you no matter what you do. And I love Skeeter and Alex. And oh, you love Skeeter too, and the other ones. Oh, awesome, Abby. I'm glad you like watching them too. I love watching them as well. It's very, you know, they're doing a great work, a great work. And take a bite out of the bully's nut and chew it up and spit it out. Give it back to the bully. Awesome. Hey, can I drop a link for someone who wants to watch it later? Gee, please drop a link right now for those that want to watch it. Yes, do it right now. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for the link. Yes, you need to drop the link. The teacher took a photo of the drawing, which was on a math worksheet, and reported to Crumbly. He was taken to a guidance counselor's office where school staff phoned Crumbly's parents requesting that they come to a school according to the superintendent of the Oxford Community Schools while waiting for his parents to arrive. The school counselors did not observe any behavior from Crumbly's that indicated that to them that he might harm others. Open their arrival, Crumbly's parents were shown drawing which Crumbly had scribbled over by the point in attempt to conceal its contents and instructed to seek counseling for their son within 48 hours. Otherwise, the school would call Child Protective Services. Crumbly's parents, despite being that he was displaying self-deletion idolization. I did not watch the Web of Lies, but I certainly need to go and look at it. And at 10:54 a.m., they left the school despite being told their son was self-deletion. Oh, hello, it's Jane. Wow. Look at this. Hello, Jane. What a wonderful surprise. Hey, alien, I saw the planet Mars on my telescope last night. Clear skies, at least here in the UK. Oh, that is awesome, Jane. That is fantastic. I am so happy for you. You got to see it up close. And because we were talking about seeing those different celestial bodies with a telescope a couple of times ago. And I am so glad that you got to see that. I'm sure it was a breathtaking experience. Definitely. All right. You watched Chris Hansen. Oh, I'm glad you took a photos of it. That's good. I'd like to see them one day. And it's great to see you, Caraville. Welcome to the chat. Crumbly's parents were shown the drawing, which Crumbly had scribbled over that point in attempt to conceal its contents, and instructed to seek counseling for their son with 48 hours. Otherwise, the school would call the Child Protective Services. Crumbly's parents, despite being told he was displaying suicidal ideation, quote, resisted the idea of taking their son home at the time, did not inform school officials that they had purchased a pew pew for him 4 days earlier at 10:54 a.m. They left the school despite being told their son was suicidal and had drawn hand pew pews on his homework with the words, quote, help me. Neither James nor Jennifer Crumbly tried to ascertain the pew pew's location when they returned home. Indeed, according to McDonald, by the time the meeting between the school staff and Crumbly's had taken place to the school that morning, Crumbly had already placed weapon he was used to the shooting somewhere on school grounds. Crumbly was returned to the class that same morning. He had no prior disciplinary issues, and Crumbly's mother texted him on 12:38 p.m., 12 minutes before the deletion started, to see how he was doing. Oh yeah, he was crying out for help big time. And he did not get the help that he needed. But yeah, he was crying for help, and no one ever helped him. That is true. And also, what he did was he drew about it, he talked about it, and they were just interested in their Temu horses and their Sheen orders and clothes. So that is true about that the kid wanted help. Crumbly committed the shooting at 12:50 p.m. following his second meeting between himself, his parents, and the school officials. Prosecutors further alleged that at 1:22 p.m., 7 minutes after the first news reports came in of a shooting, the school, before any mention of who was responsible, Jennifer Crumbly texted her son saying, Ethan, don't do it. Whoa, I gotta read this again. Whoa. Yeah, that is true, Caraville. He told his friends that he needed help too. And you got to hear the cries of people that need help. It's just you reap what you sow. Like, you can't, you gotta like help people that need assistance. Anna says Alien Crumbly should have taken that kid home that day and staff and passed around the backpack. No one last one looked in it. Safety and common sense trumps privacy. I agree, Anna. Definitely. Because, the individual matters, but you got to also be concerned about the collective. Like, say, in the situations where you have a kid that's is known to do an attack that has a severed head of a deer being dropped in the courtyard, and also a severed head of a bird, and it was crying for help, was begging and pleading for help, and was joking about doing a school attack. They should have looked into him, and regardless of his privacy, and that his parents should have done something, and he should have been getting counseling and help. And Jane said, a big welcome to all watching this live stream. Be sure to like, share, subscribe. It's free. And welcome to lurkers. Feel free to join the chat. Thank you, Jane. That is very sweet of you. I appreciate all that. Hit the like button and hang out with us very much. Abby said, Ethan, don't do it. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thanks, Mom. What was I thinking? I mean, exactly. It's like, that's so lazy for them to do that. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, you're just going to go and say, hey, don't do it. And they're about to go do something. Oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I shouldn't be doing this. You're right. What was I thinking? What on earth was I thinking? What was I smoking? You know what? You're right. A woman that completely neglected. It didn't help at all. We're just gonna say, oh yeah, don't do it. Okay, it's like somebody, if it was that easy, there wouldn't be wars in the Middle East right now. There wouldn't be wars in Russia and Ukraine. There wouldn't be problems in the country, in the world. If it was that easy, this world would have been a utopian place. If all you had to do was just say, don't do it. And that was just like the Thanos snap. Just like the secret sauce. The life hack. The secret trick. The clever comeback. Like, that's a comeback. Don't do it. Yeah. So yeah, I agree, Abby in chat. It's absolutely what the mother was just so cringe. Like to do it like that. And also, yeah, Aaron's lurking, and then you have, yeah, the secret sauce. Yeah, the secret sauce to success in life is to tell the kid to don't do it. It's like, you have to do a little bit more than that. Yeah, secret sauce. I know all about the secret sauce. Scared. Like my daddy should never procreate. Not everyone is destined to be a parent. Well, yeah, there are parents that are not really good parents. Like, for instance, my father was not really, it was not you could say not a good parent at all. But you know, to either of his kids. But it's up to the kids to do the right thing and do better. And also, it's those that are here. It's up to the kids that make the better decision. Because I do agree that there are bad fathers out there. And oh yeah, Abby, I know about the secret sauce that you're talking about. And I might also be referring to that low key, but not directly. Because that is my favorite secret sauce out of all the secret sauces that there are. Scared. And yeah, that is an alien confession for y'all. So, I know about the secret sauce. The secret, not just the secret sauce, but the secret sauce. And Libby says, remember that Dylan Roof guy in South Carolina walked the big beautiful church and shot, I think, 9 people? Yes, I remember that. That was very sad. Yes. And Jane said, yeah, but yeah, yeah, Robert Baker's special toothpaste. Yeah, Robert Baker is also into dental hygiene. And but he usually just likes to just jailing. That's what he usually likes to do. He's just jailing, usually. But he also, when he's not jailing, he's concerned about dental hygiene very much. And he created a special type of toothpaste, especially for his lover, Monica Cementelli. It is the best toothpaste. It's better than Arm & Hammer. It's better than all of that combined. And it's similar to Arm & Hammer, where it's white and it's kind of goopy, just like Arm & Hammer toothpaste. But yeah, he has a special type of toothpaste. Yeah, definitely. And he is a genius about the type of toothpaste. That's all he knows about. Monica's Monday. Thank you, Aaron. And some parents, they'll listen to their kids for sure. Yeah, that is true, and they need to start listening more. I know 2 people that have horses. One is brought it and was in her property. She had 3, and they are a lot. Horses are time consuming. Yeah. Yeah, they are time consuming. One of my friends does it, and it is a lot of work. Remember the Dylan Roof guy in Carolina? I read that. Yeah, parents. Oh, alien, you're so cute. How old are you? Libby, I am 27. Thanks. I appreciate that. You think we're funny. I am 27. That's how old I am. Haven't seen Robert since Monica trial. He was a character. Yeah. Don't forget it's Monica's sentencing on Monday. Or reminds you of Monica Monday. Yeah, okay. Oh, we're gonna get a party hat. All right. I became 27 in February. That's when I became 27. It was. It's been a nice 27 years so far. Oh, thank you, Libby, and I'm thank you for the compliment. I'm glad that you for the compliment and liking the channel. Thank you so much, Robert. Clearly, Karen wasn't his type. Oh, Karen Reed, hilarious. Exactly. Robert adds chemicals in his toothpaste just to spite. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He adds chemicals to his toothpaste too, and they're a bunch of it's a clear and it's a kind of it's a clear type. It's like a lubricant. That's what his is like. And he always has a touch of spiciness, and it's full. It's like a lot of in this. It's a lot of nuts, and it took him a lot of bowls to make it. Yeah, with Karen Reed, I'm glad that it's over with. And we watching it since last year, and it's finally over with. And people have different disputes about was she guilty? Was she not guilty? Was it something in between? It's a lot, of different theories out there. But I'm glad it's over with, and hopefully, if she was, she could focus on not drinking so much, and she doesn't cause herself or others harm. Yes, Lynn, I'm saving it for next year because I have the eternal birthday that it has to stay up because on the spaceship time just goes by so slowly and it needs to be up because when that time comes, the time will come by so fast that before I take it down, I won't even be able to have time to put it back up. So yeah, it's staying up until next year, definitely. Shout out to the birthday banner. Kids aren't the same these days. I know I sound like an old fart, but kids way are worse now than the 60s and 80s. Yeah, now there always were kids like Crumbly back then, and but it was not as frequent as it was now. You know, and yeah, I think people are definitely different back then. And another thing is, I don't know if the media was covering things as much as they were before, but definitely they were different. Libby says I didn't watch Karen Reed's first trial, but the other channel I watch, we went back and watched Proctor testify in OMG. Yeah, definitely, definitely. And there's definitely corruption with their police force. Either way, like if she was guilty or not, there's corruption. Me too. I knew she was innocent. Too many red flags. Abby, yes, true. I wonder if Higgins was involved. I remember seeing him confront John on the bar, etc. Crumbly committed a shooting at 12:50 p.m. following his second meeting between himself and his parents and the school officials. Prosecutors further alleged that at 1:22 p.m., 7 minutes after the first news reported came of came in of a shooting in the school and before any mention of who was responsible, Jennifer Crumbly texted her son saying, "Ethan, don't do it." At 1:37 p.m., James Crumbly called 911 to report a SIG Saucer handgun was missing, and Ethan could be the gunman at Oxford. Yeah, it's very sad, Libby. And after the Columbine attack, they wanted to cause a chain reaction. You had Rachel Scott, who was this Christian girl that was deleted first in the shooting, and she was had a different message about stopping bullying, where that they would have compassion as a chain reaction, and to like not let your say you're a color and to not let your color be absorbed by what's around you and just be whatever you are. and be yourself. And she thought she was going to change the world, and she did by her being deleted in the shooting. Her message spread all over to different schools and different places to confront the type of attacks. So that is a good thing, and many school shootings are prevented because of her message that was spread by her family and her brother. Her brother was a survivor of it, but he was like in the library, and they were like shooting the different kids and people next to him, so he has a lot of trauma from that. But yeah, so in their message, the Columbine shooters' message was that they want to cause a chain reaction of school shootings, and unfortunately, their dream came true. And a lot of these school shootings were from them. That they wanted that more copycats would happen, and it just causes more destruction for everybody. And uh, Eric wanted to be in the military, but he had a deformity on his chest where it was indented, and he was bullied a lot for that. And the other one was Dylan was very very tall, and he was different, so they ticked on him. And yeah, so as I said, it's unfortunate, but hopefully it could be quenched. Hopefully it could happen less at some point. Well, hello Moki, it's great to see you. You forgot that the dad went home first to check for the pew pew before calling police or going to the school. Do you think Crumbly will get help now he's in jail? I don't know, but there are counseling in prisons. That was a weird noise, but anyway, I heard some noise outside. The Crumbly, I think there are psychologists and there are counselors in jails, so I do think that he could get help if he wanted to, but I don't know the technical details. Jen doing that Google search about snow thing, it was weird. And sorry, Cat was laying on the keyboard, but text from Higgins was weird considering that. It's like school shootings. Yeah, okay, I read that. All right. Shout out to Moki, cool people. According to the Oxford Community Schools superintendent on December 2, no discipline had been warranted at the time of the meetings with Crumbly and his parents. Sheriff Bouchard said the concerns about Crumbly's troubling behavior had never been shared with his office. And Abby said there is counseling mental health services in prison because I'm looking into it for my assaulter because he might have messed me up, but I really want everyone to get help that they need. Well, that's very, very noble that everyone does need to get help that they need, and that's a very mature attitude. No, people were in their kids' arses in the 60s and 70s and 80s. We couldn't get. I understood, Anna. Get all the healing and help that you need, Abby. Yeah, and Abby, I hope that you also, we all hope that you get the help. It's going downhill. It stopped. It's going back up. Okay, let's see how this goes. We couldn't get away from our parents. My dad was so overprotective, it was ridiculous. I come back. All right, Crumbly was arranged. Yeah, and hopefully that. Okay, so Crumbly was arranged by a magistrate on homicide and attempted homicide charges shortly after he was arrested to allow for continued custody. But he was not immediately charged as an adult. On December 1, 2021, he was charged with terrorism causing deletion, first degree murder, assault with the intent to murder, and possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, which the possibility of more charges being added to investigation continued. According to the Associated Press, this appeared to be the first time in the U.S. history where a terrorism charge was filed in retaliation to a gunfire incident on school grounds, and terrorism charge is provided under Michigan law for an act that is intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, in this case, the Oxford school community. Yes, I'm glad that the parents were held accountable. Absolutely. And also, Anna, I think that parents are not like how they used to be back in the past. I think parents now are being too laid back, and they're doing like what the Crumblies did. And also with the social media, I think has done some unhealthy things to the minds of children, in my opinion. But it also can be very good too. I was on Facebook when I was a kid, talking to family, and I did great with technology. But some people may not do good with it, but that doesn't mean it should be abolished, though. But I do think that parents should watch out what their kids are doing. And Libby said, yeah, kids listen to parents in those days, not now. Thank the Lord, my children is nothing like I was when I was young. Thank you, Lord. Amen. Moki, I agree. I think that if the parents are held accountable, it would cause more an effect, because the parents need to be, focused on their kids, and if they're not focused on their kids, they'll get arrested. I think that would have an effect. You're right on Careville. Yeah, definitely. There are two hands off. Crumbly was charged as an adult, and the judge, Nancy T. Karniak, entered a plea of not guilty on his behalf. He was ordered to be held without bond and relocated to Oakland County Jail. He was ordered to be held without bond and relocated to the Oakland County Jail. And Karniak scheduled the probable cause conference for December 13, a preliminary explanation on December 20. Crumbly was appointed an attorney by the court after his parents hired lawyers for themselves, but did not do so for their son. They didn't provide their son an attorney but themselves. Wow. If we provide decent upbringings for our children, they can turn out amazing. But I've also met some people that are inherently evil and want to do evil things without traumatic history or anything. That is true. There are evil people out there, Abby. And Cain and Abel, like Cain was evil, from the Bible. So yeah, I do believe there are evil people out there that need to just be locked away. That there might not be a reason, they just did it because they did it. Careville says they try and say Harris and Klebold parents never were, yeah, because they were adults and got weapons from a friend. Exactly, Careville. Exactly. So, yeah, there's this female friend that Klebold had that got the firearms for them. But the parents did not get it for them. They got it through a friend. Yeah, that's true. And there's some suspicions about what her involvement with the shooting was. Some people think she had something to do with it, intentionally. Yeah, people ignore their kids. That's true. And Careville says Crumbly's, Gray, and Taylor were the suppliers of the weapon to a minor and children and did not do their duty to keep them locked. Absolutely. Definitely. That is the absolute fact. Crumbly was charged as an adult, and the judge, Nancy T. Karniak, entered a plea of not guilty on behalf and he was ordered to be held without bond and relocated to the Oakland County Jail. And Carniac scheduled the probable cause conference for December 13, a preliminary hearing on December 20. Crumbly was appointed an attorney by the court after his parents hired lawyers themselves, but did not do so for their son. Thank you, Abby. Thank you. And Libby said, "Oh, I didn't follow the Lori Daybell trial, but last night I started watching some stories on her. Her and Chad are crazy. Yeah, they are crazy. That is true." Moki said that my kids probably wish I would ignore them. Oh, absolutely. I understand what that's like because I have a similar helicopter mom too. But it also there's good things about it too with the helicopter mom. There's good things about it. And also, I totally agree where, but it's good in a way for kids that they have that. It's good that they have that. And I think that could be benefit to the helicopter parenting. And we didn't have cell phones yet. I didn't have a cell phone, and I had a flip phone in high school, and I had an iPod, but I didn't have an iPhone. I got my own iPhone later, and there was a point in time where I didn't have a phone at all. And I guess it was good. I didn't really need one when I was a kid. Abby said, "Anna, some keep spitting facts, y'all. Just like Mickey D's, I'm loving it." Yeah, very good. Thank you, thank you. Jen Crumbly was terrible at the stand. Yeah, definitely. Oh, she was cringe. She was Timu. Shout out to Timu though. I like Timu, but still, she was acting like Timu, and she was also acting like Sheen. Hello, Frog. Great to see you, buddy. I'm glad you're able to come. Yeah, so Crumbly was acting like a Sheen product on the stand and completely buried herself. At Crumbly's probable cause conference on December 13, Carniac postponed the upcoming preliminary examination to January 7, 2022, to allow prosecutors to review evidence. Crumbly's appointed guardian ad litem asked that he moved back to juvenile detention center as Crumbly could hear others adults, other adults, which violates the Michigan statute of minors being held in adult facilities. The result was denied by Carniac. Assistant Particular Mark Keast said he would contact Oakland County Jail regarding Crumbly's proximity to adults. On January 7, 2022, Crumbly waived the probable cause hearing and was bound over the trial. Hello, buddy. It's Bubbles. You want to come tell the chat hello? Come on. They want to see you. Come on, buddy. Okay. We got a visitor. All right. Oh, thank you, G, for listening. I appreciate that. All right. So we have our look. We got our cat right here. Hello, Bubbles. Your fans are here. Hello, buddy. He came to tell everybody hi on YouTube. I remember phone booths too. Yeah, pretty baby. Right here is my knight. I got this knight when I was in Florida during Hurricane Katrina. A cousin gave it to me. Shout out to my knight right here to protect me. Yeah, payphones were the best. I remember payphones too. Yeah, thanks, Glad you like the cat. Baby cat. Okay. Shout out to the baby cat. All right. All right. Shout out the bubbles. Please deposit 25 cents. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Bubbles is so cute. Shout out to Bubbles. Got him in 2018, and now he was a kitten when we found him. Here's your baby cat. Right. At Crumbly's probable cause conference on December 13, Carniac postponed. Let's see. Let's do this. All right, I'm back. I'm back now. All right. So I froze for a second, but I'm back. Okay. So the best of my life. It was the best feeling, classy, beautiful, elegant, and walked away and said no, thank you. He called mom LMAO. And yeah, thank you, Careful. I did that once after 6 years relationship ended a month into it. I knew he'd passed by when we lived in the same block. He passed and didn't know that. He called me beginning back. We used, time, best time you knew. X was passing you and made sure you looked beyond awesome. 6 pounds and you weren't IT. Oh well. Oh. All right. Continuing on. At Crumbly's probable cause conference on December 13, Carniac postponed the upcoming preliminary examination to January 7, 2022 to allow prosecutors to review evidence. Crumbly's appointed guardian ad litem asked that he be moved back to juvenile detention center as Crumbly could hear other adults, which violates the Michigan statute for minors being held in adult facilities. The request was denied by Cardiac Assistant Prosecutor Mark Kiest. Said he would contact Oakland County Jail regarding Crumbly's proximity to adults. January 7, 2022, Crumbly waived the probable cause hearing and was bound over for the trial. No booty calls. I was a good girl. 80s girls didn't give it up as easily. Well, that's good. That's good. Now they have booty warriors. They have booty warrior callers. And it said Frog, phone booth or office phone at school, and security would play 20 questions before she let us use the phone. Payphone was dime in the 70s. Oh, okay. Buy it sucked if you couldn't find any change tearing up your car for coins. Oh. I think that phone booth should be brought back, in my opinion. I think they should be brought back. But with the phones included, because cell phones are good and easy too. It sucked, yeah. My school had a payphone we used to use. On January 12, 2022, a plea for not guilty was entered on Crumbly's behalf during his arraignment. On January 26, 2022, Crumbly announced he would plead insanity via a court filing made by his lawyers. He also requested an evacuation of his criminal responsibility. I agree that Blockbuster should be brought back to. Yeah, definitely. Which is standard procedure. Crumbly was to be evaluated by the doctor from the Center for the Forensic Psychiatry. I agree, Abby. Very, very wise. Very good point. On October 24, 2022, Crumbly pleaded guilty to all the charges and withdrew his intent to purpose an insanity defense. He also admitted during questioning that the day his own money was used to purchase the weapon used and claimed that the pew pew was not locked away the day of the shooting. On September 29, 2023, Judge Kwame Rowe ruled that Crumbly was eligible for sentencing of life without parole. In his ruling, Rose said that while Crumbly's youth and difficulties at home were mitigating factors, they did not outweigh the seriousness of his crimes. Rowe also pointed out that Crumbly, obsessed with violence, had persisted during his time in jail, citing an incident where Crumbly accessed violent material online using hacked tablet. As juvenile, Crumbly was entered into a hearing under the 2012 U.S. Supreme Court ruling of Miller versus Alabama to determine whether he would be eligible for parole after serving at least 25 years of formal sentencing due to December 28, 2023. I gotta go up out of here, clean my desk. Good stuff, Alien. I enjoyed it. Good to see all of you. Oh, well, it's great to have you here, Libby. Thank you for coming. And have a good evening. Hello, Miranda. Good to see you. Sorry, dropping in for a sec to say I'm going back to court for my 5-year old son. He's being negligent, possibly abused. Pray for me so I keep you all in my prayers. Miranda, praying for you and your son about the situation. So, Miranda, thank you for being here and praying for you and your son in this situation. Everything gets resolved for his good, and you're good too. All right, amen. Yeah, good job, Miranda. Amen. Our prayers are for you. All right, and thank you for coming and letting us know. On a shout out to you, Miranda. Thank you for coming by, and prayers for you and your son. The situation. All right. On September 29, 2023, Judge Kwame Rowe ruled that Crumbly was eligible for sentencing of life without parole in his ruling. Aaron with wrong mess with the wrong queen. Thanks, guys. I know it'll work out. Jesus is great. Amen. Yeah, Jesus is great. All praise be to him. God is great. And you're welcome, Miranda. My pleasure. Eligible for a sentence of life without parole. In his ruling, Rose said that while Crumbly's youth and difficulties at home were mitigating factors, they did not outweigh the seriousness of crime, and Rowe also pointed out that Crumbly's obsession with violence had persisted during his jail time, citing an incident wherein Crumbly accessed violent material online using the hacked tablet. Crumbly was entitled to a hearing under a 2012 Supreme Court Miller versus Alabama to determine whether he would be eligible for parole after serving at least 25 years. A formal sentencing was scheduled for December 8, 2023. On December 9, 2023, it was announced that Crumbly had been sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. Right before the sentencing, Crumbly apologized to the courtroom and stated that any sentence that the victims asked for, I ask that you do impose on me, and that he was truly sorry. After turning 18 on April 28, 2024, Crumbly was moved to Oaks Correctional Facility in Manistee, Michigan. Appeals. On June 7, 2024, appellate attorneys for Ethan Crumbly filed motions asking to withdraw from the guilty plea and requested a new sentencing on the basis of ineffective assistance of counsel. His attorney claimed that his mother used alcohol during the pregnancy, which was not raised by his previous defense attorneys. The parental alcohol exposure could have caused Crumbly to suffer from cognitive appetitive dysfunctions due to a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and that Judge Kwame Rowe did not ensure Crumbly's understood the consequences of entering a guilty plea in light of his cognitive impairments and history of mental illness. On December 19, Rowe rejected both requested, writing that the plea was knowingly voluntary, accurately given there was no defect in the plea taking process. Yeah, definitely, Aaron. Definitely. Tom, I remember getting pictures developed. Yeah, it's wild. Moki said, I got my kids disposable cameras for a trip to Mexico. CVS had to mail them to out to be delivered to be developed. I remember that, Moki, where I also use things from CVS. I use the disposable cameras. So that's wild how times have changed. You know what I have done? I have gotten pictures developed to this day with the iPhone. So there are some pictures that I took, and you can go to Walgreens or wherever is open now, and you can go get pictures on your phone hooked up to it, and they'll develop right there. They'll develop pictures for you like how they used to have them. So you can take pictures on your iPhone of a trip and develop them at the drugstore, at Walgreens or something, and have like a picture like they used to. I used to have pictures developed. You can have pictures now that are developed from your iPhone. So the concept is still there, but you can use your smartphone, your iPhone or your Android, whatever type of smartphone you have. You could go to the drugstore and you could hook it up with the USB, and they could go print pictures for you. So it is. I've done it before, and I did it with a picture of girlfriend I had in the past. With the it was a picture from my graduation and some other pictures. So I've done it before. So you could still do that now. And we used to take a real Kodak, and they would send them back to you. Oh, that's very cool. Hello, TJ. It's great to see you. Welcome. And we have the full house, and soon we will watch Sharon's closing. Lynn said we used to take a real yeah okay read that and hello TJ, good to see you. On May 6, 2025, Crumbly's appeal to withdraw his guilty plea was dismissed by the Michigan Court Appeals. A second appeal against Crumbly's life sentence was also rejected by the same court. Now, one thing that I will say about this generation that is good is the technology that we're able to talk through these smartphones and these computers. So if we could go back to the past with the technology we have now, that would be great. All right. And yeah, the Polaroids are very cool too. Let's see. I don't remember what channel it was, which one it was on, but I remember. I'm going to go. I'm looking to see here. Getting this up. Yeah. So basically, with Crumbly, it's absolutely cringe what she did. How neglecting her kid like that. Let's see. Trial. Maybe it was on the other channel. Yeah. So, and I think that it's important for parents to be looking after their kids, where this doesn't, happen. This could happen less and less because you have people that are getting hurt here, and they hurt themselves. They ruin their own lives. It was absolutely completely cringe. And let's see. Now, and I think that it's absolutely disturbing with the way that they acted with no emotion. And there's against Crumbly's parents announcement of charges after announcing the charges against Ethan Crumbly's prosecutor Karen McDonald told the reports that her office was considered criminal charges against Crumbly's parents, Jennifer and James, in connection with the shooting. She responsible gun owner was crucial to stop tragedies, and those who are responsible with firearms should be held accountable. We had cubes you put atop of a Kodak and picture light in dark places. Now, I've used that before. I've used a Polaroid before when I was very little. Definitely. It was very nice. All right. Here we go. Okay, we're going to be doing this right now. All right. So let's go here. Make sure that we're doing good. So we're talking, and we're still going to read the article, the Wikipedia article about the Crumbly trial. But what I want to do now, let's see, we have our different people here, and let's see. Here, you're closing. Now, I don't know if we have everybody here. So we have Moki and different people here. So we're going to watch some of the closing arguments from Shannon's closing arguments. And we're going to do this right now. Watch some of this. Here we go. All right. And shout out to Law and Crime, and I'll link the video to what I'm watching. That I'm going to be showing you all. Okay, you're ready. That's great. Okay. All right. So shout out to Law and Crime for this video, and any other issues we will resolve them. Okay, with the the connection or something. So you watch along if you want. Now we're going to change this to the main screen. Okay, here we go.
As the prosecutor finished, she said, "This is shocking, unthinkable. I believe there were other words used throughout trial. Unbelievable. Obviously, unbelievable, unthinkable, unfathomable. And the reason that's the case is because it was unforeseeable. No one expected this. No one could have expected this, including Mrs. Crumbly." Now, the first thing I want to do very quickly is talk to you about the burden of proof. In the state of Michigan, there are different burden of proofs depending on what kind of a case it is. When people sue for money and say, "I've been injured," or "I was failed by the school even," there will be civil lawsuits, and the burden of proof is a preponderance of evidence. That means it's about a 50-50 standard. And if you have 50% of the evidence, that's the burden of proof for civil. When the state thinks it's important to take away a person's children, the burden goes up, and the burden has to prove more evidence, and that specifically is clear and convincing evidence that it's correct for the state to be taking away a person's children. Now, the highest burden in this country is in a criminal case. And that is beyond a reasonable doubt. And the reason I'm telling you about the differences in the burdens is because in a criminal case, if you have just one reasonable doubt about the case, you must vote not guilty. And so this is my poster just showing beyond a reasonable doubt is guilty. But there's many, many other options. If you think it's likely, probable, possible, not likely, those are all not guilties. You have to be sure beyond a reasonable doubt. And later, as I go through my closing, I am going to tell you the reasonable doubts that the defense believes exist in this case for you to look at.
You see how argumentative she is? It's like, wow, look at this. It's like, you see how argumentative she is, and how she just gradually gets more and more triggered? She's just, being a complete, she has a lot of tension to her. Yes, this is the crazy attorney we were looking at last night. And Jennifer Crumbly is not getting a new trial. We're just simply going over the other trials we've watched and some other defining moments. Like we talked about Johnny Depp trial 2. And yeah, so this one, yeah, definitely. she's very, condescending and is gradually getting more and more heated.
The other thing I have to ask you to keep in mind is that in the jury instructions, and I think you've been told this throughout trial, the defense does not have to prove or do anything. Like Judge Matthews said, we could sit at the table and play chess the whole time, call no witnesses, cross-examine no witnesses, provide no evidence, because we have no burden to prove a thing. However, in this case, you obviously saw the defense present Mrs. Crumbly, who took the stand, so that she could give you some context beyond parts of the evidence that were confusing when the prosecutor was introducing in bits and pieces. And the problem in this case is that we can all agree everything can be seen different in two ways. First of all, when you look back in hindsight with 20/20 vision, when you look back in hindsight, it is easy to say, this could have been different, that could have been different, this would have changed. And the other circumstance, the second one that makes a huge difference, is when you get full context around the evidence that is being used. And in this case, the prosecutor has cherry-picked little bits of evidence out of mountains of evidence to put in front of you.
All right, she's talking about cherry-picking evidence, and she's doing her hands. It's like, I understand she's an attorney, she has to do a defense, but it's like, she's not cherry-picking anything. It's like, they have to see, like, what they did wrong, and that's what happened. A school shooting occurred. And you see right there, you see over there, all the stacks of folders and papers. That's what she was having up there that was going to be leaning over. It's like she had tons and tons of information. It's like, it was so ridiculous, like a clown. Yeah, she gestures a lot, yes. As long as she's not on lawns, we're cool. Hilarious, Abby. All right.
With no context to explain what they're doing. And when you get cherry-picked bits of evidence, it's easy to reach wrong conclusions. Now, during jury selection, it felt like the prosecutor was asking you questions and giving more of a campaign speech than a jury selection proceeding. And I would suggest to you that at the end of the day, the only judge, although Miss McDonald mentioned she's been a judge and was a judge several times during her jury selection, the only judge in this courtroom that matters is Judge Matthews. And the only other people whose judgment matters are the 12 of you who will collectively decide this case. The rest of us don't matter. My opinion doesn't matter. Miss McDonald's doesn't matter. The opinions of everyone in this audience doesn't matter. The media and all of the people who think they know everything behind keyboards at home commenting about what they think the evidence in this case has shown.
You see how she took a shot at all of us. She took a shot at all of us. When this was going on, we were, us in the chat were going berserk. And this is back when Addie used to be, and her mods used to be in Law and Crime. She was like, Addie said, well, I guess we got a shout out, and yeah, they roasted us good. We're like, Lord. And also, Erin said she has a secondhand embarrassment. And Abby says she went from MILF to Grandma, can I have cookie from a jar? And the victims matter. Yes, the victims do matter, absolutely. Yeah, you see how she was taking a shot at all of us. If you see her interrogation footage, then her drastic difference stress ages. Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Yes.
So during this case, obvious, real life is messy and complicated. And during this trial, I will openly admit that I'm a lawyer who messes up. I get thrown off when I'm surprised by something. I feel like I get overwhelmed when information is coming at me quickly. I say I'm sorry a lot. Evidently, there's a TikTok channel of me saying I'm sorry through this whole trial. And all I'm saying is that I'm human. I am a human being, and so is Mrs. Crumbly. And that's what this case is about. She's not a perfect person or a perfect parent. I'm certainly not a perfect person or a perfect parent. And I'm certainly, beyond a reasonable doubt, bad with technology, which is why you're not going to see me touch that laptop.
Hold on. Hold on. You hear this, chat? She's saying that she wants to, there's a TikTok account that was roasting on her. Oh, Lord. Man, she's not a perfect person. She's a good mother. She has comfort. She likes to start marching. It's like, come on, lady. It's like, what does that have to do with the trial? And like the Crumbly lady's just sitting there motionless. It's like, you know, she got the chat GPT Sheen to write out her presentation. That's what explain everything. Well, damn, she could be human behind bars. Anna says, principal commented on how heavy backup was with his teacher brought from his classroom office. No one looked in the backpack, and by the way, need to get rid of the backpacks. Okay, that's a good proposition. Shout out to G. Hilarious. And then TJ said she's a trip. Scared.
So during this trial, I have stood before you and shown you all my flaws, and I embrace them, and they are a part of what makes me human. And so has Jennifer Crumbly. She got on the stand and talked about every nook and cranny of her life, things no one else in the world knew, in her family, among her friends. And she wanted you to see the whole truth, the entire truth, and nothing but the truth on everything, where she had to show you that she has made immoral decisions to have an affair, that she has made decisions you might not make to have another person involved in the affair. Now, we didn't get too far into the details, but it was enough for you to know that Mrs. Crumbly got up there and literally stripped off her armor, let the prosecution cross-examine her, and show you what happened in her messy life. And I say that with all kindness because I'm a mess too. I saw a meme about a week ago that said, I'm trying to be a mom, trying to get exercised, stay hydrated, get enough sleep, text everyone back, and not lose my shit. And I've got to be honest, as a mom, a working mom, on most days, I'm lucky if I'm fit for human contact. I'm lucky if I've taken a true shower and didn't just grab a handful of wipes and scrub off the best I can on my way running out the door, putting on my makeup as I drive to court in my car. Because my life is not perfect, and no one's is. And during this trial, you may have concluded that you don't like me, that you hate me. That's fine. I am just asking that your opinions about me as a person, and if you're one of the people who plans to make a TikTok about me, that you won't hold those those opinions against Jennifer Crumbly and will judge Jennifer Crumbly's case based on the evidence about her and her family. And if you hate her or don't like her or agree with things she's done, that's okay too. You don't have to like her. You are not expected to go hang out with her when this is all over. After trial, you don't have to decide if you want to go to her house. You don't have to have Thanksgiving with her. But when you're looking at the evidence in this case, it's important to set aside your opinions of her or take your opinions of me and supplant them on Mrs. Crumbly. Now, when I took on this case pretty early on, I realized I am Jennifer Crumbly and I could be here accused and sitting in her spot very easily. Now, in my house, we don't have guns. I don't have guns, but I do have children. And actually, I have an oopsie baby, my fourth one. I did not want 4 in 4 years, but that's what I was blessed with. I say I'm abundantly blessed. And I have kids that seem to have no issues. And at the end of the day, they're good kids. They go to school. We have no discipline problems. We have arguments here and there, just like every family does. I have a son that wants to hang out with me very rarely, but I have no belief that any of my 4 children would ever harm anyone else. And while I don't have a gun, I have a large butcher block on my counter with big knives that I use when I cook, and I enjoy cooking. And at the end of the day, my kids could just as easily grab a knife without me knowing it and without me having it on my radar and walk out the door of my house and go play with their kids, the other kids on my block. Granted, they live farther down my block because I'm in the middle of nowhere. And my son could kill somebody with my butcher block knife that I would have never expected to happen. And if you saw the text messages that my husband and I exchanged on a daily basis throughout this past year and even years before, it would be so easy for me to be in her seat. With my kids, I don't monitor assignments. I don't look at their phones. I have no reason to. My son plays a lot of video games. My son's online talking to a bunch of people as he's playing a lot of video games. Even though he has a cell phone, I don't go through it and look at his messages every day. And as he gets older, I do know he's interested in girls. If he starts receiving nude pictures of a girl on the cell phone I owned but let him use and gave him for his birthday when he turned 11, should I be held accountable for receiving child pornography if a girl sexts him over some inappropriate pictures? If my son decides he's going to send some pictures back and takes a nude picture of his bits and pieces, that's a 20-year felony. Am I then responsible because he sent a picture of his penis over to some girl?
And, also, she's talking about how they don't have to have Thanksgiving with her. They don't have to have all these different, you don't have to like her, you don't have to have Thanksgiving with her. Hello, Mary Toodles. We're reacting to something. And also, hello, Tina, good to see you. And you don't have to do, like her, and she doesn't know about TikTok or memes, but she doesn't know how to use technology, but she knows about TikTok or memes. Yes, so also, I think that, personally, a parent should be held responsible if their kid is doing something, disturbing like that. Either way. And also, another thing is that we will, in chat, y'all are hilarious. I really appreciate that. And we will continue the reaction to this. Right now, okay? Let's see. I'm reacting to a closing from a trial we watched a long time ago.
You're reacting to what?
To a trial we watched a long time ago, so you're going to be hearing some scared.
It's disturbing?
A woman, so it's when the school shooter's mother, and Shannon's being the attorney was being an idiot, so we're just kind of reacting and laughing at it.
Okay.
So not only taking the picture a 20-year felony, but then we've got a 7-year felony for sending it over. Can every parent really be responsible for everything their children do? Especially when it's not foreseeable, and this clearly was not foreseeable to Mrs. Crumbly. Because there's no one in the world, including Mrs. Crumbly, who would have let a school shooting happen and let what happened on November 30th take place. Not only ruining the lives of so many families and victims and taking the lives of 4 young people, but also ruining her own son's life and ripping his life right from her as well. She would be the first person on the planet who would have never let that happen in a million years. So this case is a very dangerous one for parents out there. It just is. And it is one of the first of its kind. Luckily, however, this is a case where the prosecution cannot meet its burden of proof. And thankfully, it's a case where truly Mrs. Crumbly does have a defense.
Hello, Gloria. Good to see you. This is the defense for Mom Oxford shooter gives intense closing. So it has to do with the Oxford school shooting. It is Jennifer Crumbly. We're just like watching it again and reacting to it.
And this isn't just one of those stretched cases where a parent is liable for what their child has done. Now, the judge is going to tell you that you have to, if you find reasonable doubt in this case, you must find the defendant not guilty. And the law says you must have a reasonable doubt, not 3 reasonable doubts, not 5 reasonable doubts, not 10. If you have a single reasonable doubt, you must vote not guilty for Mrs. Crumbly. And when it comes to reasonable doubt, each of you can have a separate reason to have doubt in this case. You don't have to agree on what the doubt is. And for that reason, what I am going to do is show you all of the doubts that the defense believes exist in this matter. Some of them may speak to one juror, some of them may speak to another, but at the end of the day, if you have just one, your vote in this case must be not guilty. So the first place the defense finds reasonable doubt is in the fact that the prosecution is so desperate to prosecute this case that they admitted a mountain of evidence that, quite frankly, was unnecessary. Now, they say to you they needed to show you, they needed to prove the manner of death. We stipulated that 4 people died. We stipulated that it was the most horrific set of facts you could ever imagine. We stipulated that what happened to Molly Darnell and Christy Gibson Marshall was horrible. But this prosecution, putting that evidence on, was designed to inflame you and make you emotional, strike your sympathy.
You see, she's very emotional. And she is like, basically, she's doing what they did in the YSL trial when they were scolding the prosecution was scolding really angrily at the jury. She's basically like the jury got detention and she's scolding them. That's like basically what like she's doing. And exactly, chat, a very good point. And a kid who's bored with no network on that's not on the computer, it's on a computer with a murder weapon, definitely. I agree, G. And hello, Miranda. G says, today I see teens rarely on a date, and even on that date, both parties on cell phones, no interaction. They don't know how to cope or function in society. It's terrible. Social anxiety develops. Exactly. Yeah, I know what you mean. And Miranda says, these court cases are wild. Tyler Perry was just sued for SA I don't believe the victim, but what do I know? Okay, thank you for letting us know about that, Miranda. All right. Yeah, so she's just she's the one being emotional. I feel she's scolding the jury too much.
And get you to hate Mrs. Crumbly, which, by the way, has been very effective for most of the media, most of the public, and for anyone who has seen information put out by this prosecutor in this case. A second reasonable doubt comes from the fact that we know, and the evidence in this case showed, context is key. And that was clear when Detective Wagrowski took the stand and said, you get better decisions when you have more evidence, and testified that in a former hearing, he messed up because he didn't have the video from before the one he saw, so he believed the parents arrived at the school together, and subsequently, when given more context, showing more video from further beforehand, he could see they actually arrived in different cars, met, and walked in the building together. And at the end of the day, the more context you have, the more accurate you can be. When Brian Maloche testified, another example came about where the prosecution had him testify that Mrs. Crumley said to delete his messages, clear your cache. And I'm so thankful that the rest of the world sent me emails that I don't know how to pronounce cache, because now I do. And when Brian ended up seeing the messages before clear your cache and after clear your cache, he realized, oh, she wasn't asking me to delete messages. She wanted me to refresh my web browser to see if the Facebook had actually deactivated. And so that was proof again that when you have more context.
I remember the cache thing. So one time it was during a trial, she was saying, she said cache or something, and me in the chat, and me included, said it's cache, whatever it was called, and because I knew about it from like computer stuff, and then so she's taking shots at all of us, and she is just getting deep like into grilling everybody. All right. My mom's time, you had nothing, literally nothing to live for, struggling woman, not treated fairly in the marriage or outside, but though fought to live another day, never thought to be depressed. And then G says, they knew how to cope and couldn't wait. Buy something today. Yeah, Miranda, that is extremely heartbreaking that you went through that. And thank you for sharing your story with us and telling about, and also commenting about what's going on with these trials and things. Thank you. Aaron said it's like watching her spiral in real time. Yeah. All right. Now we'll continue.
You're more accurate. And the problem the prosecutor has in this case is they have very little context for the very little evidence they've submitted. There's also no context around some of this little bits and pieces of useless evidence, like Jennifer Crumbly saying that her son was an oopsie baby. I call my son that, so what? Does that mean I hate my son? Does that mean I would be okay if he went and killed a bunch of people and or if he committed suicide? No! Calling your child an oopsie baby was designed to try to make her look bad with no context. Having Amanda Holland come in, a coworker who's not a friend to Jennifer Crumbly and has been interviewed by law enforcement to tell you her advice.
And she's like talking bad about her kids, like her kid was an oopsie baby and she didn't like, and she didn't want her kids and stuff. It's like really a therapy. It's like her venting. It just, in the way she's talking in such a condescending tone, it's like she needs to go chill out and go and suck a dog bone, like what a dog would eat. And this is about her exactly. And G said, "Stop it, lady. Your son is going to have endless issues. You keep saying you didn't want him." Oh yeah, absolutely.
And she should go have a mother Sunday with her teenager. So irrelevant when she's faced with raising toddlers every day. When I heard her advice, I thought, yeah, right. I have 3 teenagers. I almost have a 4th. And personally, not only would they rather do anything else than spend a day with me, I'd rather do anything else. And we do spend time together, but that's not their first priority when they get to pick what they're going to be doing. It does not mean she loved her son any less if she ever told a witness, my son is weird. And part of what made me realize I could be in Mrs. Crumbly's shoes is I have sent texts to my husband saying, our daughter is a psycho today. On the way to school last week, she's crying she doesn't have people to sit with at lunch. I texted him, she's a nutcase. I don't know what to do. I don't know.
Hello, Bubbles. Shout out to you, buddy. I'll go help you. And alright, so... Oh, hello, Cat TV. It's great to see you. I am just watching old videos and realizing you watched the birth of my kittens live. Yes, Cat. I was there during when your kittens were born. I was there. And... I remember I had my browser muted and I couldn't hear you. And I thought you were muted, but you weren't muted. And I saw the cats, and they just developed like watching film develop. It was so beautiful. So I was so glad to see that in person. Oh, you're welcome, Cat. You're welcome. Absolutely. And then, exactly, and thank you, chat. Very good points. And, yeah, I am going to, shout out to you, Tina, and Miranda, and everybody else. I'm going to... Y'all continue to watch this. I'm going to go see what this cat wants. All right.
How to handle this. I don't have time for this. My other daughter is complaining about her lights flickering in her room. I texted my husband, this sounds like a case. The start of a case. My husband works for my office. He's actually my office manager, so he knows about the case. He went in her room and figured out in 5 minutes it's because when she flips her blow dryer on, one of our plugs makes the lights flicker. So this ghost that you would read about in my text messages, which by the way I did not respond to despite the fact that it's on our 6-person group chat, would be taken out of context and make me look like I don't really care that my daughter is crazy. I also got text one day, we have no food in our house. I am absolutely starving. You are the worst mother ever. And you know what I did? I ignored it. She was mad we didn't have the right kind of chicken ramen. When we have 85, I like the number 85. When we have 4 other flavors of ramen, and there's about 100 other things she can eat, and I knew she's not going to starve to death, but taken out of context, it makes me look like a neglectful mother. But if you know all the circumstances and you know the relationship I have with my daughter, I knew it was an overdramatic, stupid point. So when you see messages from Mrs. Crumbly's son saying, will you at least call back? Those are so out of context. And when I'm driving home from court every day, I'm getting messages, will you at least call back? And I don't, because I know what they want is for me to run through the McDonald's drive-thru and bring everyone a Coke. I do stop and get myself a Coke, but I am not getting a round of drinks every day for everyone, and I've realized it's easier to not answer the phone. So you can find reasonable doubt from the context that the defense did actually provide. And when Mrs. Crumbly got on the stand and explained to you her understanding of ghosts and dishes flying and laundry flying, that is evidence, and that is something that can create reasonable doubt to hear what was really going on. Even if you believe the prosecution's dates about what was going on, it's not strong evidence, it's very misleading, and I'm going to go through what it does show. There are 3 sets of dates involving Mrs. Crumbly, all for March of 2021. The first time is March 8th and 9th. They introduced exhibits, including text messages on the 8th, where Mrs. Crumbly starts off asking, is he home yet? Is he home yet? I don't want him to do anything stupid. I'm sure you all remember those. Then they introduced evidence on March 9th that she went to the barn that day with her husband on the 9th. Then they introduced evidence, and I will give them credit, they put together quite a case, although it's really not important, that there was a picture of the horse taken at the barn that day, that the data supports there was a picture of the horse taken at the barn that day, and that there was GPS tracking information supporting that she was at the barn that day. Okay, fine. So on March 8th and 9th, there's concern that the shooter, Mrs. Crumbly's son, is making weird comments, and on the 9th, she goes to the barn and she takes some horse pictures. That's all that shows. Pretty minimal. Next, they went to March 16th through 19th, which was broken up into 1 million exhibits that, quite frankly, were out of order, threw me off my game, helped create these beautiful TikToks, and I'm going to tell you what they show. Now, these ended up all being admitted as exhibits, but I'm going to go in order of what they show. There was a text thread in Exhibit 85, which if you want to look at it, you can, where Jennifer Crumbly said, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. This was on March 17th, St. Patrick's Day. A lot of people have a cocktail on St. Patrick's Day. That does not make her a mother that would be negligent or grossly negligent to her child. There's text messages from the day before where Mrs. Crumbly's son is saying some things about, now the house is haunted. Some weird shit just happened, now I'm scared. I got some videos, a picture of a demon. It's throwing bowls. I'm not joking, it fucked up the kitchen. I'm going outside for a while. Can you at least text back? On that day, Mrs. Crumbly didn't text back, but their own exhibit, okay, which is Exhibit 83, so the numbers do bounce around, so we go from 85 to 86 to 83, show that within an hour of the shooter making these ghost comments, she did call him. Specifically, she called him back at 7:24, and they had a 19-second phone call. If it was 19 seconds, it most likely was, I'm on my way home, we'll talk when I get home. So then, the state, in order to make it seem like they've really, really got some proof here, they admitted exhibits 87, which show on the 17th, on St. Patrick's Day, James was on a horse. They showed People's Exhibit 88, confirming the metadata that James was on a horse. They showed a picture, 89, of Jennifer on a horse that day. Metadata to prove she's on the horse that day. Another picture, number 91, of James on the horse, a different picture. The metadata to prove James is on the horse. A picture of Jennifer with her horse in Exhibit 93. And again, the metadata to support the picture was taken out at the barn and sent, and that these people talked about these horses. Okay, so fine. That's on the 17th.
Yeah, and, basically, she is completely on this rant about her life and about St. Patrick's Day and about the TikToks and all these different things. I just think that she's absolutely acting unprofessional, and she is doing complete cringe and just venting about her life. Like, I think it is certainly like therapy for her. I do agree. You have like her trying to convince a jury to see her as not guilty, but she's certainly not being likable. She is circling the drain, absolutely. It looks like it's a dookie time for chat. Scared. Okay.
15th of March. You're going to have access to all this evidence if you want to see it. Then they introduced exhibit number 86, which is where their son says the house is haunted. This is on the 17th. This is the day where he says, can you text back? This is the day where I already showed you the exhibit. She called him. She didn't text back, but she called him. And then they show a couple texts from a few days later on the 19th, where it's obvious from the messages the Crumbleys had had an argument with their son the night before. He was upset to have his phone and things taken away. That Jennifer Crumbly gave him a melatonin to go to sleep. She should have only given him a half. It's in the messages, but she gave him the whole thing. And it knocked him out, and he slept in their bed that night. And when he woke up the next morning, James described him in the text messages as he woke up looking like he had way too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache. Jennifer says, well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why, talking about his behavior during the fight. All I know, Jennifer says, he needs to eat, go to work hard, not complain, and he can get his stuff back. She testified that getting his stuff taken away is his trigger. It's what makes him get upset. She says, you respond and I didn't get it. James says, Jesus, yes. He said, let me ask you a question. Why am I in your room? That's when they talk about the melatonin. She says, oh my God. James says, I really thought you were giving him a Xanax last night. Jennifer says, does he seem better? No, melatonin. James says, I know. So obviously he's joking. Jennifer writes, but he hasn't had one before, so I should have only given him half. James writes, well, he's doing his school, says his head's hurt, so he took Tylenol. Jennifer asks, is he okay to work? James says, yeah. Does he remember what he did? James finally says, dude, I'm working. I'm on a demo right now. I haven't talked to him. He's doing school. And that's really the extent of the conversation. So fine. So one day, they get in an argument. And I'll tell you what, those kind of arguments in a heartbeat could have me sitting in her chair. The final date that the state claims Mrs. Crumbly had knowledge about back from March of 2021 are exhibits 96 through 100. And 96 starts off with their son saying, I'm picking up the room. I cleaned until the clothes started flying off the wall. This stuff only happens.
Yeah, careful, exactly. So basically ignoring the fact that she wasn't helping her kid. She wasn't giving her kid any psychiatric help. So they didn't give him any help, Moki. Give him no help at all. And talking about that he got a Tylenol, that's a straw man argument. It's like that doesn't, mean anything. Doesn't mean that there's more suffering going on. It's complete irrelevance. Okay, guys, enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Have a nice weekend. Night, night. All right, night, night, Lynn. Thank you for coming. Yeah, the defense is just making the case look worse. Shout out to you, Remy. That's awesome. And G said she was busy doing things on a horse. Near a horse in a parking lot in a Walmart. Take your pick. You're asking too much of her. Actually, take her to a doctor. Oh.
When I'm home alone, I pick the clothes back up though. And that's the important part of those texts on the 20th. We know on that date, because the people proved it, no pun intended, but they beat a dead horse, that at 97, it's a picture of Jennifer at the barn. We've got the metadata showing Jennifer was at the barn. We've got another picture on 99 showing Jennifer was at the barn. And exhibit 100, Jennifer was at the barn.
Just proving the point that all she was doing was focusing on the farm and the animals and not her kid.
Deal. Jennifer's at the barn. Their son is saying goofy stuff. Jennifer gave you the context. They had an Ouija board for a couple months. After Christmas of 2020, he and his friend are playing with the Ouija board. They ultimately lost interest. They stopped doing it. Jennifer admitted to you one day to mess with them.
Whoa. They're playing with a Ouija board too? Well, you see, chat, from a religious point of view, that is a gateway into bringing in demonic spirits into your life that can influence you in a bad way. That would explain why he was seeing demons and ghosts. Because as a believer, I believe that there are demons, and the Ouija board was created by witches, and people have opinions about the Ouija board, okay? But from a perspective, it could be used to communicate with spirits that you're not supposed to be talking to, all right? Especially if people don't know what they're doing. So, yeah, there you go. Goofy, she's calling a kid being here for help. Goofy murder. I couldn't even say that. Okay, so I was laughing too hard. So G says, Goofy, she's calling a kid begging for help goofy. Exactly, G. It's against scripture. Yes. They're not supposed to fool with things like that. Right. And there's a reason, you see, and look what he's doing. There's a lot of videos on YouTube and accounts and stories on YouTube of people that were doing stuff with the Ouija boards and bad stuff happens. Right. And then Caraville says, Moki, no, the school said she needed to take him for mental evalual, and she couldn't right then. She didn't have time, and she rushed out there to Costco parking lot to bump uglies. Scared. Yeah, Goofy, she's calling a kid Goofy, but murdering weapons are goofy. Yeah. She has a broad vocabulary. Definitely. It's like, she is a complete clown. You know, she's from Sheen. She's a Sheen attorney.
She turned the power off in the house, turned the circuit off to mess with them. She mentioned a time where James pretended he was getting electrocuted. She didn't know what to do. She's screaming, trying to kick him, see if he's electrocuted. Ethan is laughing, taking a video of the whole thing. This family played together. They had fun. They did what families do. The prosecution just had zero context because they had tunnel vision that she was doing something wrong and was grossly negligent, and they were hell-bent on convincing you that was the case.
Yeah, and G says, they aren't real, to be honest. God isn't giving a board your future. If you were God, you wouldn't give away that kind of power to anyone else or embrace being the one only. Exactly, I agree. And I do think that with the Ouija boards and stuff, that the demons have some sort of ability, by God's permission, to do evil things. And people just allow themselves to be overpowered by demonic entities, and that causes them a problem. But it's not God giving people ability over their future and stuff like that. It didn't come from God. And God has permission over anything, and he would not give that power to the humans. And also, God gives people the power, the desire over their heart. So whatever their heart wanted, he gives them. So thank you, G, for your position, your commentary on this. Thank you. Abby says, for real, didn't she make a comment that she wishes Ethan had taken her out instead? I don't know if that was the case, but there was one. Okay, thank you. Is that what you call him doing fun, not murdering kids, blowing up schools? Lady, shut up. Demons are real for me. I grew up with them. Yeah, absolutely. I do agree they're real. And also, I think humans are some of the worst demons of all. I think she needs to be locked up, to be honest, the attorney. Yeah, I agree. And or certainly at least lose her license.
So the other thing that you can find as a reasonable doubt in the case is the lack of evidence in the case as a whole. The prosecution has made very serious claims. And when you really look at it, they have very little evidence. So what they've shown to you, and I have it in these folders, are these dates in March 2021, which, by the way, are 10 months before the shooting even took place. They're before it would have... it's unreasonable to expect that things that happened in March of 2021 are an indicator that 10 months later their son's going to do something. It would be very different if every week there was something going on up until the shooting, but there's not. Because if there was, the prosecution would have brought that in and showed you every horrible thing that was happening to show you their son was being ignored, and they don't have the evidence. So what they did provide and what was admitted, this is exhibit, I believe, 423. These are all the Facebook messages between James and Jennifer. So when you look at those Facebook messages and consider, and this includes the photographs and the GPS stuff, that they're using this much compared to this much over the period between January 2021 and the shooting. This is a very little bits in time compared to the grand scheme of things. And while the officer testified and played games with me that he's not sure this is the best evidence against Mother, you better believe if they had better evidence, they'd be up here showing stronger and better evidence.
You hear this, chat? They would be showing better evidence, stronger evidence. What kind of clown show, what kind of circus are we running here, chat? This kid went and blew up try to go and shoot up he shot up a school successfully and she neglected him. I mean, what are we doing here? Like, what kind of evidence do they need? And you see all those books and binders she has of all the pages and pages of stupid stuff. I mean, a complete clown show. And also, you have, let's see, chat. Yeah, so Moki, when we were watching this live, chat was going hysterical. It was the zooming. The chat was going 90 to nothing. It was going like a speedometer. And everybody was roasting her the whole time, especially when she called us out. Chat was going like, whoa! They start fighting. They feel the intensity of the chat. And demons are definitely real. That's definitely human. That's why people cause bodily harm for no reason. Evil people have no place here. They still get to thrive. I'll never understand giving any less than life for a murder. Amen. This attorney's looking for a raise. Where's Frog? Frog was here earlier. I'm not too sure if Frog is lurking or just went somewhere else. Like, may have went home or something. Oh, that didn't make any sense. He would be at home. Or wherever he is. I don't know. He's either here lurking or somewhere else. Mogi said, well, I watched with my mom when I was young. Probably got back in with that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I start with that. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Addie. This is when Addie was in the chat. And Addie was, she made commentary when they called us all out. And yeah, she did great, yeah. I remember, she was there and the other mods were there. And we were all, ranting about her calling us all out. Yeah, you forgot she posted on Facebook about the new Pew Pew you bought him for weeks before. Exactly. It's like you're posting about it. It's like, what kind of, cringe are we doing here? It's like she completely incriminated herself, and then he did too. It's just a no-brainer. All right, so G says, whatever they did last few months, they got them booted. I think Addie was amazing. Oh yeah, Menendez. Yeah, Menendez and OJ were quite. I was not there for that. I was not alive yet, but that was still intense trials. Yeah, Addy was amazing, and you see what happened was, from what I can gather, people complained at YSL. I never saw them complain, but people complained that the mods were timing people out. Some people thought that the mods were uh, cursing. No. The mods were not cursing. The mods were stopping people from, let's say, saying curse words or different things like that, and they thought that they're policing the chat too much. I liked all the mods in Addy. I never had a problem with them, but people thought that the chat, they were policing it too much. That's what I think it was that they claimed. But as I said, I did like the days where Addy was there. She was, I liked her. Yeah, thank you, Careful. Yeah, Addy, she's very nice. I've been in her channel before, and uh, she did the Chad Daybell trial, and yeah, I got to see her in her stream, and she's very sweet. All I remember was OJ was cutting into my Motel Williams show time, especially the Sylvia Wednesdays. Yes, Ilya, now I remember. I was never in YSL. I suddenly heard that they were booted. Yeah, now I was in YSL all the time, and I made very good friends with the people there, and it was like they all were like, this is what happened during YSL. I was loved there just like at the other trials, but they were getting upset when I wasn't at the trial with them because I was with y'all sometimes, so I started watching both at once. Thank you, Abby, for that. I really appreciate you so much. Alien is a boss bomb out of this world. Well, thank you, Abby. You are out of this world, too, and I appreciate you, all the kind words that you always say about the channel and myself. It means a lot to me. Very important. And it was the greatest era of the spaceship was when I started going live for the Law and Crime people, and I appreciate you and others very much. This has been the greatest era of the spaceship so far. And yeah, so YSL, they got kind of like, they're wondering where I was at when I was with y'all, so I watched both at once. But yeah, there was a tug of war between YSL and y'all, where y'all were like wanting me to go over there with y'all, and then they want me to go with them. But I watched YSL, and I was like friends with everybody in the chat, like the other chats that we were in, and it was fun, man. We were saying all kinds of jokes and cracking and jokes and saying comebacks and stuff about the witnesses. It was quite entertaining. And it was wild. And Shaza, shout to Shaza and OJ Kush and Mikey B. I love those people. Great, great group. And then remember, Shaza, we won when YSL, they're found innocent. Now, Young Thug took a plea deal in October, and I'm glad he was released, and he's going to go do a better time with his life. But yeah, it was just, I personally love YSL. It was a great trial, and I miss them very much. Also, I equally love you all, too. In the other trial group. So yeah, it was wild times. And also that was another one, and all the other people I used to chat with. YSL thought they say anything they wanted. There are rules, so they complained and saying that they were being discriminated against when it was just saying stuff about YouTube has a problem with. Yeah, and I don't think they may have understood that, where there's certain things that YouTube likes to say and don't say, and also they weren't being discriminated against. That's kind of a foolish argument to make, but yeah, and I think that the mods did fine, but some people didn't like them. They thought that they were too controlling, but I said I've never had a problem with them.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's obvious from the evidence in trial, and you may find it to be a reasonable doubt, that the Crumbly son was a skilled manipulator, and they didn't realize it. He's not sick. He doesn't have a mental illness. He's had no history of hallucinations. He has never shown his parents signs of mental illness. He certainly never showed signs of mental illness, wanting to get a gun. No parent would purchase a weapon if they believed their child had mental illnesses. And these are people that had 2 other guns in the house for months where nothing ever happened with those guns. They had no reason to believe that somehow this 3rd gun was the thing that was going to make the difference. The texts that the prosecution admitted as Exhibit 101 were texts between the shooter and his friend that we have not named. The extent of these text messages saying goofy things like, I told my dad to take me to the doctor, he gave me pills to suck it up, it's at the point I'm asking to go to the doctor, I'm having insomnia and paranoia, I'm calling 911, I thought about calling 911, but my parents would be pissed. I don't disagree with the prosecution that these are alarming messages, but clearly the shooter's friend isn't that alarmed because he's not texting back. The shooter's friend knows there must be more going on because he...
Yeah, and Careville says Addie was the one that created the whole trial streaming from her house originally from Law and Crime like 10 years ago. Yeah. And she did a very great thing by doing that. And shout out to her, she was cool people.
He doesn't tell Mrs. Crumbly, who is like, and he's like a second child to her, and we have no other context about these messages, and if anything, the evidence does not show that Mrs. Crumbly ever saw these messages. Now, when she sees them now, she thinks, that's crazy. She'd like to know more context. But you also have to know, and another reasonable doubt you may find in this case, is created when you compare these text messages that were sent that had alarming things between Ethan and his friend to all of the messages between them, which are over 20,000. And what you would have to believe, and what I would believe...
You see, this is the Leaning Tower of Pisa right here. Look at that face freeze. And look at the Crumbly. She's just like this, like a statue. She's a witch statue. And you see all of that. Like, she's going to show you all of that BS paper she got from Shein and the folders from Temu. That's what she's going to show everybody. It's like, what are we doing here? It's like it's a complete acting like a clown. It's like people can't deny what happened. She's fighting an uphill battle.
Is that if the state had stronger evidence...
Stronger evidence, chat. What kind of evidence do you need? What more do you need? She's trying hard to make an impact, great visual. Yeah, she should just have been a photo shoot model or an actress or something. She shouldn't have been an attorney.
They would have paraded it up, and we would have been seeing a lot more of these. But instead, they were admitted, and you haven't heard the friend testify. You haven't heard any context about these. And all you can see, and really all the evidence shows, is that there's no reason to believe Mrs. Crumbly ever saw them. I don't want to have another Leaning Tower of Pisa situation. So move this down.
Yeah, Leaning Tower of Pisa, exactly. Yeah.
I've taken your advice. Now, the other evidence the state has shown are little bits and pieces from the shooter's journal that are quite alarming and disturbing. But again, Mrs. Crumbly says the information in there about my parents won't listen to me for help is not true. And there is no evidence to show she ever saw that 22-page handwritten document. She never saw the little bits of evidence that the prosecution admitted. To evaluate this case, you have to look at it from the perspective of what she knew. So the journal information and the small amount of text compared to all the text with his friend are things she didn't know about. There's also 2 times where the state says that they have proof that Mrs. Crumbly's son was showing signs of depression or being sad or lonely. All right, those come from April 29th, 2001. This is when Jennifer Crumbly emails the friend, his mother, and all she says is that her son has been acting kind of depressed. She doesn't know what's going on. She's trying to find out what's going on, but he won't really tell her much. She's trying to find out if there's an issue between the 2 boys she should be aware of. She's trying to get down to the bottom of it. If anything, she's doing what a good mom does to try to figure it out. But the worst of what she says is that he's stressed by school. I don't want to get this wrong. He's been acting kind of depressed. And she's happy to hear it's not an issue between them. Then they go on to make plans for their son. This was admitted as Exhibit 104. If you put my text up there and showed every time I told my mom that one of my kids was acting depressed or weird, I guess my favorite word is moody these days, it would look like my kids were complete lunatics. I'm actually shocked.
Exactly. That is not an acceptable defense. It's completely, like, it's not even, like, trying. It's completely irrelevant to the case. It's not going to persuade a jury one way or another. It's going to just confirm what the jury thinks about guilty. Well, she knew her kid needed help. You mean that he was a normal kid, no issues, so she had no idea. Who are you selling this bridge to, lady? Exactly. How the saying goes, ignorance of the law is not defense against it. Same thing pretending you didn't see his text for help, but the second you hear an incident at school, you text, don't do it. Exactly. It's completely weak. I lose sympathy for self-deletion people when they decide to take stuff out on others. Just how I feel. Facts.
Jennifer Crumbly doesn't have more texts about her son acting like a typical teenager. And Jennifer Crumbly testified that although she said that, she didn't think it was anything she needed to run to a doctor about or anything she needed to do anything more with. And this moment passed, because if it didn't, the prosecution would have brought in all the texts that went beyond this, and there would be more evidence. They also run in text with the same parent of the friend from Exhibit 105, the friend's mother, when Jennifer Crumbly reaches out to her saying she had no clue what they were going through with their son, and she felt really bad about it, and asked how they're all doing, and that they're thinking about them, that family, a lot. And ultimately, the worst that Jennifer Crumbly says about her son is, I know my son misses him, and if you need anything at all, don't hesitate to ask. That's it. It doesn't go on with wild depressions or hallucinations or mental health issues. That's it.
All right, she is completely being a clown here. She's saying that the kid doing what he did was that she cared for her son. The dude needed help, and she did not give him any help. That is completely sickening. I just think that the audacity for her to strawman that and not do this serious action is completely disgusting. And how many people here wonder if their kids are blowing up a school? Who here hears a school was blown up and says, "Wonder if it's mine? Let me check, lady, you knew." But doing your horse or a man on your horse or whatever the hell you did was priority. That's what shocked me. It rings alarms if your first instinct is to assume it's your own kid. Yeah. Now, Eric Harris's father from the Columbine shooting did call 911 and told him about the shooting that he thought was happening. Yeah. And Abby says, "How much do you want to bet she was sitting there thinking I shouldn't have had kids instead of why wasn't I there for my son?" Ah, yeah, exactly. Not really being exactly. Just focusing on shouldn't there be there for your kid, or should she have been doing not having kids at all? Ah, yeah, good question. Good question.
But I'm actually shocked there's not more instances of depression or moodiness or my kid is acting weird. The fact that there's this little evidence is shocking to me. However, it's a lack of evidence on the state's part. There's also a lack of evidence in Mrs. Crumbly saying he's depressed to really anyone else. Even after the shooting, when she's talking to her friend Kira, to other people, to Brian, all she keeps saying over and over is, "I wish there had been signs. I wish there had been something. He's a normal kid." There's a complete lack of evidence of mental health concerns specifically. If you want to really spend some time digging into this, you can read all the messages between James and Jennifer Crumbly, all of them, and you will find that there are not texts that go on and on that their son was exhibiting anything close to a mental health concern. And again, my text would read worse because I say things like, "I think my daughter's psychotic."
She thinks her daughter is psychotic.
When Mrs. Crumbly did have to evaluate what's going on with her son and there was something alarming happening, she relied on people who spend day in and day out with kids. People she considers to have more expertise in kids than she does, including Pam Fine, who left her a very nonchalant voicemail that you've heard, that was Exhibit 115 if you want to hear it again, saying Ethan was looking up bullets in school today. It's not illegal, it's not wrong, he's not in any trouble. It's just like how teachers can't look up hops for beer. You don't need to call me back.
Yeah, looking up bullets in school, yeah, that's a good sign. Definitely. It's like lack of evidence, but there is evidence. It's right there. Absolutely, G.
She was relying on the representations by the school counselor, Sean Hopkins, who took the stand and has had a lot of training, hundreds of hours of training, and made it very clear this was just an issue where he needed some kind of therapy and didn't think it was necessary to suggest to the Crumbleys, go to Common Ground today, or serious enough that he called 911. And she relied on the assistant dean, who also has an abundance of experience Mrs. Crumbly doesn't have. And quite frankly, my kids didn't come with a handbook, and my guess is her son didn't either. And the assistant dean said the same thing in the meeting with Mr. Hopkins, that Ethan Crumbly that the son could remain in school that day, that he would probably be better off, according to Mr. Hopkins, around peers versus being alone, and that as long as they got him an appointment within 48 hours for some kind of counseling or therapist, that was sufficient. So it's absolutely not credible when a witness from the school like Mr. Hopkins or Mr. Ejak gets up on the stand and says, even if a kid is very sick, we cannot force.
Yeah, I know she is trying a hard case and she is a paid attorney. I understand that, and she doesn't have a lot to work with. The problem is that her personality and ranting about her life and stuff, it just kind of irrelevant to the case, and it says kind of like her personality has issues. So that's another factor, also. But thank you for your commentary, Anna.
Them to go home. That is not true. And as parents with common sense, you should know that's not true. Because when my kids are puking, my kids' school will not let them be there. And when they have a temperature, not only can they not be there.
Her kids were puking, chat. Scared.
But my children's school is always nice enough to remind me they can't be there for the next 24 hours, which means they can't be there the next day either. So reasonable doubt can be found in the fact that trained professionals told Mrs. Crumbly her son was not a risk, and Mrs. Crumbly relied upon it. This school also failed to even really look at the situation and tell her about things from the year before. They made it very clear that he was not in any kind of discipline issue, which is shocking to me and was shocking to Mrs. Crumbly, considering he's off topic looking at bullets in school. He's looking at a video in school of some kind of violent pictures, and then he draws a gun on his math paper instead of doing the math paper. So when school officials say, okay, this is really not a big deal, all we want is a counselor within 48 hours, Mrs. Crumbly took that as a very strong sign that things were fine. And reasonable doubt can come from the fact that those 3 people at the school, Fine, Ejak, and Hopkins, are mandatory reporters by CPS who would have reported if they thought Mrs. Crumbly or Mr. Crumbly were neglecting their son.
Exactly. And I do agree that Tact to humanize herself, because that would touch me most too. Like, wow, she's making a real, giving it a human aspect. That's true, also. A good point. That's everywhere. My kid's school, too, was always like, guess why, lady? Because doctors tell you 24 hours. Trained professionals are people who apparently need to tell you what you do with a puking kid. Horrible comparison.
Mrs. Crumbly even commented to others about the nonchalance that was at that meeting, that it was only 12 minutes long, which surprised her, that she was disappointed they didn't take it more seriously, that she was surprised there was no disciplinary action, and she left the school actually feeling better that maybe she had overreacted when she flew over to the school. Now, the people who are trained in these areas, they didn't just say, we're not trained in these areas. They gave specific examples. They said that kids who are really a threat, they would show nervous behavior. They would show anxiety about somebody else handling their belongings. In this case, the shooter was cool as a cucumber as Mr. Ejak went down, got his backpack with the gun in it, and brought it to him. And Mr. Hopkins and Ejak said they hoped they could get him into counseling today, but ultimately said he can stay at school and we'll give you 48 hours to get it situated. All right, so the prosecution keeps harping on the fact that Mrs. Crumbly knew they had bought a gun and that the people at
Nonchalant. Scared.
the school didn't. This is Oxford Community Schools. These professionals testified about how common guns are at the school, so common in this kind of unique way, although I live out there, that students are known to go to the gun ranges often, that girls on homecoming wearing their short little party dresses they wear to the dance take photos before the dance holding their guns, that kids go hunting on late start Wednesday before they go to school, and the school has to give reminders to parents for people to leave their guns at home. So this school that obviously has a strong gun culture going on, that sees a student looking at bullets, looking at a video game type thing with violence, and seeing a gun drawn on a paper, that these school officials, knowing that community, that they didn't ask if he had a gun when they carried the backpack down, and did make a comment about how heavy it was, although the comment evidently was made to a different teacher, and I misunderstood and thought it had been made to the shooter. So yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly, they didn't mention the gun, but they did mention that they had been at the shooting range with their son. And this is a community that is so into guns. I can't even believe that these girls, I always look at those pictures on Facebook and think, oh my God, how short are those dresses? And these are girls showing their dresses with their guns in their hand. They know this is...
Yeah, I agree, chat. It's like, people can have the pew-pews to pose with, but when you're doing it to the extent where you're going that far to what the other kid was doing is totally different. Now, that attorney is earning every penny. She went home to her nice bed after this and said, "Good night, Jen. Good luck in prison. I did my best." She was arrested for DV, I think it was November 2019. Oh, okay. They shouldn't allow pew-pews to just anyone. No kid should have it for sure, especially all these things. Exactly, I agree.
This is a gun community. Reasonable doubt can be found from the fact that the biggest concern at the time was suicide and not homicide. The worst case scenario that was presented would lead a reasonable person to believe there was a possibility of suicide, not homicide. The prosecution seemed to also carry on about the amount of money and time that Mrs. Crumbly spent on horses. Just because she spends money and time on horses doesn't mean she doesn't love her son. And the fact that they have to stretch so much can create reasonable doubt. And if you actually look at the exhibits the defense submitted, you'll see that Mrs. Crumbly said she has to get a second job to pay for the braces, which are very expensive to put on her child's teeth. She paid for her son to be a part of a bowling team. She paid for him to do other sports. She cared about her son. Just because she cared about horses and bought medication from them and had a horse hobby, that's not any different than a dad who likes golf and buys new golf clubs and has a membership to a country club and spends time there and spends money at the bar there on days they go golfing. It's not any different. To try to suggest that it shows the priorities were on horses and not their son is just garbage. This is a son who had everything he needed and all kinds of opportunities in life. A son they take camping and on vacation to Cedar Point. Not only do they take him, they take a friend with them. These are parents that clearly love their child. They're sitting there playing board games with him, spending time doing that. That's all in the Facebook pictures that were admitted. Those are submitted to you as exhibits, and you can take a look at them if you want to. Brian's testimony in this case absolutely creates reasonable doubt. When Brian Maloche testified, there's no question he was inconsistent. And I would submit to you that there was no reason law enforcement needed to interview him for 2 hours, 1 hour, and then 3 hours. But over time, the police certainly caught on to the fact that the more you ask Brian the same question over and over and he realizes he's not giving the answer you like, he changes it. And while the prosecution tries to make it sound like, well, he didn't want his affair outed, from the very beginning, he told them he was having the affair with Mrs. Crumbly. That was not something that ever changed. It wasn't until the third interview when they started talking about his pension, talking about his job, that he felt pressure. He agreed with the word pressure, and he agreed with the word veiled threats, although he did take it back later, that the police wanted him to say something bad about Mrs. Crumbly. And I would submit to you that they probably did that to all of the witnesses in the case. But Brian Maloche was the one who admitted to it. And when Mr. Keast got back up there and asked him more questions and asked him more questions, Brian got right back in line like he was supposed to and told them exactly what he knew they wanted to hear. Brian is a terrible witness. He said he had memory problems. And quite frankly, when he's testifying that he knows that the gun was in the car that day of the shooting, we all know no one thinks that's true. Mrs. Crumbly testified and explained the day the gun was in the car.
Yeah, because it's like, certainly is not taking accountability for this situation, because they clearly knew there's something wrong with him and they didn't take action to it. And allowing him to have a pew-pew was also not good either. And Chad has some good points. See, gee, thanks, Mom. You get credit for doing what you should do for a human. Your child, you speak 20K on horses, comparing braces for a child. Also, man spending on golf clubs or country club, if he's not feeding his child, is the same lady. The men who do that are still spending on their kids first. Exactly. So what on earth is their theory on why did he do it? They were great parents, but he didn't have mental illness, or they were so close, but he had an illness. Yeah, they're not really being completely clear what their theory is about what his problem was. They're just trying to say, like, why he was, he did the shooting and it was really terrible. That's what Shannon says. But the other factor about it is that she also said, just defending Crumbly, the mother, and talking, not really focusing on why he did it, but just kind of defending her specifically. That's what they're more focused on, but they don't really have a theory about why the shooting happened or whatever. They're not really, and that's another hole in their narrative. They're not being clear about that.
Brian's just wrong. And when Brian testified that Brady was gone and he believed Brady died or committed suicide, I would submit to the jury that Brian is just an idiot and has no clue. And that the truth is, he didn't know the details about where the shooter's friend went. He just knew he went away. Wherever he got that suicide idea from, who knows? The prosecution didn't show any texts or anything to support that. But it's clear that Brian Maloche has...
But it's like, he was. It clearly in the writings that he did and what he was saying, clearly there was something wrong with him, including and a lot of time, homicidal and suicidal thoughts are linked together. Oh, hello, Duke. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the chat. We're reacting to a trial we watched a long time ago. The defense of the Oxford shooter gives closing. She loves her son. Yeah, classy calling the witnesses an idiot. Yeah, exactly, Aaron.
Has been put on a mission, which is, you're coming into court, you've got some things hanging over your head, and we want you to take a position against Mrs. Crumbly. And I would submit to you that if you read the 77-page exhibit that I got yesterday and went through in painstaking detail with you, you can see that Brian Maloche did not think of Mrs. Crumbly that way when he knew her and when he dealt with her. And he testified the only places he got new information about her that made him think differently about his answers were from law enforcement and were from the media. The media that we have talked about in this case repeatedly as being inaccurate. Brian admitted that when the prosecution asked him, and we've already talked about this, to delete his messages, when I went through the part about clear the cache, Jennifer telling him clear the cache, showed him the stuff before and after, he realized it was just to refresh the page to see if Facebook had deactivated. So giving him little bits of information is particularly dangerous because he's not the sharpest. And that's what the prosecution did. They used him to their advantage to try to make it sound like they have this case and all these horrible statements against Mrs. Crumbly. And by the way, when they presented evidence that Mrs. Crumbly is deleting texts and keep making it sound like she selects different texts here and there, it actually sounds like Mrs. Crumbly deletes all her texts, as she testified, that when people start flooding her with text, she deletes entire threads at a time. Who knows what she's deleting? We saw her on her phone flipping through them super fast. And the texts ultimately that she deleted, the prosecution did point out two of them in their closing. They pointed out the texts about "we're fucked" and "we're on the run again," but they didn't mention that she deleted two texts that are actually very exculpatory and helpful to her. Why would she delete some of the most helpful and exculpatory things she said? Those two texts are on page 42 and 44 if you want to see them in the 77-page exhibit. And those two texts confirm, she calls it the string lock was on the gun. She means the cable lock, but she doesn't know enough about guns to say cable lock. The string lock was on the gun. And the other deleted text that the prosecution didn't mention was when she said that the weapon had been locked, the ammunition had been stored separately.
So, you see the cringe that she is speaking of here. Very unprofessional in some ways, definitely. And, yeah, after the rebuttal. And hello, Mary Toodles. Hello, Mary Toodles. Yeah. And how long does she take? This lasts this took an hour and 39 minutes for her to do. We're 58 minutes into it. Yeah, it seems like for 3 years, definitely. She said, actually, I'm like that. I hate scrolling through tons of texts, and if I see numbers next to an app, I go and just through them and get rid of them. I like clean, new, or fresh. Hello. Yeah, definitely, G. Yeah.
And that everything was not loaded. There's no reason she would delete two messages that are that helpful to her. She's just a person who deletes all of her messages, as she testified to. You can find reasonable doubt that Mrs. Crumbly's state of mind is very obvious in statements she made after the shooting. Right away, she's talking about how she had no signs to believe anything would happen. At the substation interview, it's on recording, we watched it. She tells the interviewer, I had no signs, there were no signs. Then, when they have her in the car, the squad car, and she's in the back, she says to them again, I had no signs. In her text message with Kira, which was admitted, she says there were no signs. Kira says there probably were, you just missed them. With Brian Maloche, Mrs. Crumbly says again, there were no signs. I would submit to you, this is not some master plan where Mrs. Crumbly decides she's going to...
I agree, Anna and Aaron. They want to save ourselves mode. They wanted to distance themselves from that kid. Very obvious. Oh yeah, Aaron and Anna, I agree. And they cleared out their son's bank account too. They were running with his money. Yeah, they didn't even care about their son. They just care about themselves.
Going to suddenly say there's no signs. First of all, there's no evidence of signs Mrs. Crumbly knew about. And second, all of her immediate fast statements in a time of stress, when, right after she's had guns held to her face, walking out the front door of her house, she's saying there were no signs. You might find, and I know the prosecution takes issue with this one, but Mrs. Crumbly was actually, in fact, a hypervigilant mother. She's the kind of mother who is going to the friend's mom to chase down why he's having a moody and kind of depressed day. She's on Power Schools on the app multiple times a day checking for missing assignments. She's emailing teachers about grades. Christy Gibson Marshall, the assistant principal, who did do one of the bravest things I've ever seen. She testified she saw the shooter's face and couldn't believe it was him. And the reason she couldn't believe it was him is because it was so unforeseeable. Mrs. Crumbly's hypervigilance also comes when you look at how she takes him for medical appointments. They're at the urgent care because some little mole on his back changed colors when she's applying sunscreen. I think of myself as a hypervigilant mother, and I've never noticed any moles on my kid's back, and I must need to go home and look. Because when I look at the actions of Mrs. Crumbly, she actually pays far more attention to that kind of thing and other things than I do. I could easily be sitting in her chair.
Yeah, it's like still the kid's asking for help, and she did not give any consideration in that situation. Completely negligent of that. You know, I think that it's absolutely like I understand what she's saying, but still, I'm not even like taking a shot at Shannon. I'm just saying like the mother knew better. You know, in my opinion. No prosecution did when they were showing body cam of being found in an abandoned building with cash. Exactly. And also, there's no logic behind what they did. There's no type of reasoning. Like some of the prisoners that escaped from the toilet of the New Orleans prison, some of them were in abandoned houses and stuff, and they just, you know, it's just kind of like stupid where they didn't have any kind of plan by that. And by the way, the two the two inmates have not been found yet. They caught most of them, though.
When her son's experiencing headaches and medical issues, she's at the doctor or doing virtual visits. There's no reason to believe that's not true. With the headaches, they go through a whole process. She gets a whole x-ray done of his head. She takes him to the eye doctor to see if that's causing the issue. Ultimately, she pays and puts braces on his teeth. Then, he's a bad brusher, so she's going to the extent of getting the braces off his teeth so he can get the cavities fixed, 13 cavities. I would go crazy on my kid. And she's just doing each thing she needs to do as a hypervigilant mother. And yes, a hypervigilant mother can have a drink once in a while. I'm a hypervigilant mother, and I not only have a drink once in a while, but sometimes I've been known to have 2 or 3 or maybe a bottle.
Scared.
Reasonable doubt can be found from the fact that Jennifer Crumbly did her best as a mother. While going to the shooting range is not her thing, she's trying to find a way to bond with her son, who has just had his best friend move away. She took him camping, took him on trips, brought the second son along like I've already talked about. She let him have pets. He has the cutest little kitten you've ever seen in these Facebook pictures. Board game nights with him. She's not neglecting him in any way. And if anything, she's going to the gun range for him, not because she enjoys it. You can tell how much she loves it when she gets up there, shoots a couple shots, and then just stands there letting him enjoy the activity he likes. And I do the same thing for my kid. He likes to go to skate parks. I would rather do anything but go to the skate park. But I sit there and watch and say, oh, that was amazing. And all I hear is, Mom, watch this, Mom, watch this, Mom, watch this. And I would rather do anything else. But Mrs. Crumley on that day is trying her best to bond with her child and have a relationship. Showing the pictures of the messy house was just not necessary. And the prosecution explained to you they weren't trying to prove she had a messy house, but much of it was just so unnecessary that I would suggest they are trying to make her look bad. They do kind of make her look a little bit like a hoarder. But if you saw pictures of my house right now, like a snapshot in time, you'd be just as horrified. I've been so busy getting ready for this trial, ready for all the fun we've had in the court and through these last few weeks. I still have my Christmas trees up. I was complaining to my husband the other day, oh my God, we still have our Christmas trees up. This is embarrassing. And he said, hey Shannon, we still have ceramic pumpkins up. And I realized, oh yeah, all of our fall decorations are out too. And right now, I have piles of laundry all over.
She has the laundry from Sheen. Yeah, it's. I know she's trying to humanize herself, but it is a big real. I'm scared.
My kids over Christmas break put together stacks of stuff I need to take to the Salvation Army. I have donations of my own that need to go. My house right now, if they did a search warrant today, would look just as bad as Mrs. Crumbly's, and it says nothing about me parenting my child. If anything, when I come home from work, I make a deliberate decision. All right, listen, I can run around this house for 3 hours and try to get as much as I can done, or I can sit on my couch and watch old episodes of the Kardashians with my daughter. And I believe my time is better spent hanging out with her watching trashy TV than cleaning up my house because I get a chance to spend time with her. And Mrs. Crumbly was the same kind of mom. She was waiting until the holidays to have more time. She said she was going to clean her son's room. I would be screaming that I would make my son clean his room, but regardless, the project coming up was going to be to get those rooms in order. But at that point in the year when the holidays are coming up and you're getting ready for all of it and going through Thanksgiving, it does get to a point where you do have boxes piling up and you're just trying to get through those last days of school to get to Christmas break. There's reasonable doubt when you look at what Mrs. Crumbly thought after the meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Ejak. The state of mind she was in and her thoughts and what she was thinking come in through her statements. She thought everything was way less of a big deal when she left that meeting. She thought leaving him in school with his friends was the better decision based on Hopkins saying peer support is a good thing.
Yeah, Abby, she's looking at her like, look, it's my hero. And yeah, exactly. And OMG, remember when they're on the run? Yeah, damsel in distress, Timu, Sheen, damsel in distress. And there's a lot of shoulda, coulda, woulda here. Judge Judy for life. Yeah, shout out to Judge Judy. And all Moki said she should have personalized it to the jurors, not herself. Yeah, facts.
She thought making him an appointment.
And Anna, thank you for the information you're giving. I appreciate it.
Was sufficient within an appointment within 48 hours was sufficient. That doesn't even mean the appointment was going to be within 48 hours. Reasonable doubt can be seen in the video, when Mrs. Crumbly first sees her son at the substation, her reaction to seeing him in this complete state of disbelief as to what's going on is to look at him and say, why? Why? She doesn't look at him and say, I knew you were going to do this. She doesn't look at him and say, see, I knew we shouldn't have bought that gun. She says, why? Why? And when he says, take care of Dexter, she cannot believe that's her son and goes back into the other room with her husband and says, what the fuck? He didn't even care. And while the prosecution asked questions about, well, she's not sobbing, and we hear sobbing, and that's clearly James. James is sobbing. When you look at the video, if you decide you need to see it, Mrs. Crumbly is dabbing her eyes and wiping her eyes. And fine, she's not the crier some other people are. Reasonable doubts can come from the statements in the heat of the moment at the substation when Jennifer Crumbly is in a state of shock trying to answer their questions. She says, he's never done anything bad. This is after she already has somebody saying you really should have a lawyer there. She's still just talking about what the truth is. He's never done anything bad.
I know she has
Kid.
I know she has some language on her.
Jennifer Crumbly tells them the most of an issue he ever has is anxiety over tests. Jennifer Crumbly tells them everything was fine this morning. In the statements Jennifer Crumbly made when she was in the car and doesn't even know yet if there has been fatalities, she says he's never done anything. She acknowledges he ruined lives today. She says, it's the first time I've ever seen him do anything. She says, he's a good kid. He's never angry. He's mellow. He's not what he looks like. He's not a monster. And she's not a monster either. She explains to them in detail when they ask, he's never had mental issues. In those moments, she can't even think straight about life around her. She's worrying about a horse and her job and all kinds of random stuff. And ladies and gentlemen, when emergency...
Yeah, she's, basically doing this to say, like, she's trying to say that she was concerned about, she's right, the farm, the work, whatever, but not about her kid, though.
Emergencies happen, life doesn't just stop. So the fact that she's able to function and think, I still need a job, I need some money, I need a phone that works, that doesn't mean she thought her son would terrorize and kill people and shoot people at a school. Her reaction when she finds out there are fatalities was genuine and honest, and she broke down crying, although she does continue to keep answering their questions. She explains why she feels like fatalities are different. She explained that on the stand. If he had shot people and injured them, it was something they could at least deal with. But a fatality is a fatality and can never be changed. The prosecution's attempt to misconstrue Jennifer's entire demeanor is a reasonable doubt in this case to show they don't have a strong case. They keep saying she's not sad. Jennifer explains she went into what can I do mode. She did show sadness if you read the texts between her and Mr. Maloche. She showed sadness in the way that she shows sadness. And for these officers to get up on the stand and say she didn't behave like the mother of a school shooter should behave is nonsense. None of them have ever dealt with the mother of a child a teenager who has just killed people and shot many others.
And also, Abby says they're making Ethan out like a little demon child, but Jen, it's your demon child. Exactly. Exactly, separating the son from the mother as if she had no role. Exactly. Scared.
There isn't a right way in any handbook to say how you should or should not behave. Trying to make her look selfish and callous goes right with that same thing. How she reacts is how she reacts. You see it on the screen. It's really hard to pass judgment, although these police officers did, on how a person should react when for the first time in their lives they walk out of their house and are surrounded with guns in their face. Or how a person would react to be woken up in the middle of the night on a mattress with police around them and above them with guns in her face. So not only has anyone not been in the shoes of a school shooter and dealing with the kind of emotions that would come with that, they also don't know, and there isn't a standard reaction for how you behave when you're surrounded with guns in your face. Jennifer's own statement provides reasonable doubt that she didn't think he would hurt other people. She typed to him, "Ethan, don't do it." She didn't say,
LOL chat, hilarious.
"Don't shoot people." She didn't say, "Don't hurt."
Alright, so... And I don't know if we'll finish the whole thing this stream, but it is an hour and 39 minutes, and we are an hour and 12 minutes into it. Just technically. But it actually takes about 30 years. You know, about 10 years or so. 10, 30 years.
Hurt anyone. She thought the only thing on her radar that could be possible at that point, knowing there's an open shooter and he has a weapon, was that he would kill himself. Reasonable doubt can be found in Jennifer's testimony. Jennifer's testimony is evidence, and at the end of the day, whether you believe, like, hate, however you feel about her testimony, the defense didn't have to prove anything. You still have to evaluate the prosecution's case for what it was. However, Jennifer Crumbly did take the stand, and that was...
Abby, that's hilarious, Abby.
not easy for her to give you additional context about what was going on in the shreds of evidence the prosecution cherry-picked and put before you. The only person who's actually been consistent in this case, and you can find reasonable doubt from this, is Jennifer. She's consistent in what she says to police, what she says to her husband about things, and what she says to other witnesses who testified. You can find reasonable doubt in the fact that the police officers are very, very biased in this case. There is no doubt this is one of the most awful situations any one of them have ever been involved in. But it's also very clear they have a narrative that Jennifer Crumbly is responsible, and when they came in here and took that witness stand, they were going to mess with me on questions that were so stupid. Like this ATF agent telling me he doesn't know if teenagers could lie. Everyone in the room knows a teenager could lie. That was a low ball. Just answer the question. When you have an ATF agent that can't even get on the stand...
G said, "Alien, I'm a school..." Yeah, hilarious, Smokey. G says, "Alien, I'm schooling him well with my devious, off-the-cuff comments about toothpaste and chemicals. What a bad influence I am in some ways, but prayerfully great in others." Yes, yeah. G, I love the way you are. And I love an agent of chaos. And that's what I love about everybody here. I love troublemakers. Some people disagree with me, but I love troublemakers, and yeah, the best, not the best influences are influenced nonetheless. So yeah, I appreciate you, G. That's quite hilarious. Shout out to all of you. Alien is the GOAT. Shout out to my bestie. He's the bestest 27-year-old egg. Oh, thank you, G. And shout out to you too. This is an amazing chat. Y'all are making this hilarious. This is officially the greatest chats on the internet. Shout out to all of you. And the toothpaste on the market for a mere sale price of 50 an ounce. Oh, shout out to the toothpaste. I mean, it's nice, and it might be an obsession of mine. What y'all gonna do with me? Obsession with the special toothpaste, the deluxe toothpaste on demand. Scared.
And answer a question that's common sense, that should speak volumes. That there's a narrative they've been directed to get out, and they have an agenda. And that agenda, ladies and gentlemen, is not positive for Jennifer Crumbly. Making this big deal about money and cash that Mrs. Crumbly took out is another reasonable doubt in this case. Mrs. Crumbly explained her dad had accounts frozen. She didn't want her accounts to be frozen. Her dad put money in that day so she could take it out. Getting money out of the account that had her son's name on it wasn't done in any way to steal money from her son.
Exactly, G. Right on. And listen, I raised my 2 kids in great schools. They are still virgin in 24-18. Better than I ever was. I am just goofy and act up here. Don't underestimate me. Oh, absolutely. And no, I mean that as a compliment, because there is a saying about the people that cause great intervention. Now, there are people that don't, as I said, agree with me or the channel, but I use it as a compliment, because the people that are willing to be goofy and think different are the ones that cause intervention. And I think that you are fine as you are. And I think that when we are not a boring chat, and we always are not afraid to say jokes and say things that are on our mind, and I believe that causes the greatest types of innovation, because it's truly thinking different. So that is why it's a great compliment. I don't want people that are boring or go with the status quo. I want people that do think differently. And G says, remember, I'd rather act up here in words and fake chaos than do anything bad in real life. We all need an outlet. At least I'm not cheating, doing drugs. And that's good. No, you are doing fine. I like you as you are. And G says, I know, but I also know I act up and is funny, and I am in a circle of friends, and of course with great together. I can be just like here, but overall very mature sometimes. Yeah. G, I think you are great in this chat. You do amazing with the group. And I like you as you are here. It wouldn't be the same without you. You do make people think, because you are not boring. You think differently, and you challenge the status quo, and you are just being yourself, and I admire people like that. And I appreciate you very much. And I think I make people think, like Caraville made me think. Yes, and you are perfect for this chat. Everything I mean is meant as a compliment. Because I see genius. And that's very important.
On or show she doesn't care about him. She's the one that contributes every week from her paycheck into that account. And at the end of the day, she wants cash, because everyone in the world absolutely hates her. She can't walk in places and hand them a credit card. Hey, Jennifer Crumley's on that credit card. The only option she had was cash. She can't go in and start showing identification and things to get hotel rooms, and the more cash she can use, the better. The less she has to risk that people are going to figure out who she is. And remember, the world was essentially showing its colors against her as she was receiving threatening messages in the days that followed that shooting. On Facebook, from other people, in her emails, in her Instagram, everywhere. They're so threatening, her employer is making her shut down accounts. Her friends, people that have been her people for years, don't want anything to do with her and don't want to be by her because she's that dangerous at that point in time. So for her to want to have cash makes absolute perfect sense. That's not a sign she's trying to flee. And also, if you're trying to flee, you don't go around local Oakland County and areas surrounding it and carry around a syringe of horse medicine. If you're going to flee, you abort mission on the horses. At that point, you're fleeing. It's very obvious Jennifer Crumbley, her intent was not to flee.
Her intent was to flee, and they did take the money, Abby. And also, you know, she completely is causing a deception here where, yeah, she was taking the money and she was also trying to flee. And also, G, I know you're not being defensive. And I just want, and basically the point of what I'm saying is that I like the way you are. And I just want to make myself clear. Because I dislike people that are like the type of people in this chat. In spite of critics and criticisms that I've gotten, I think that this is a great team of people. And wear what you are as a badge of honor. Like they had all kinds of great characters and superheroes and stuff and different people, and I think that's what you all are a lot like. And just people that are not afraid to say what they really think is people that belong here. And G says, I love analyzing statements and personalities. Hypocrisy, mostly, I am not about the case, but about the bias. Because that leads you to think that side you want. In my opinion, you think to rethink. G says, oh, I know, honey. I just hate here we don't show who we really are in life. No one here would know I taught Sunday school. Oh, I understand, but yeah, just be yourself here. No one should be judged here by being who they are. And this is the place to be who you are. Like, Hansel realized that he was alien spaceship. And it was the best thing that happened to him. And we all have that moment when we find ourselves. And so I'm glad that y'all could feel at home and comfortable here. And shout out to all of you, because y'all are really the greatest chats on the internet.
Her intent is to stay safe. Her intent is to avoid threats. Her intent is to get this horse medicine to this horse.
Horse medicine.
Which obviously can't happen if she flees. It's clear when she's at the art studio that she's not hidden very well. She's outside smoking, her husband's outside smoking. We saw the evidence of the cigarette butts in the snow. There's commercial buildings around and businesses within that studio. She's walking around taking a tour of the studio with her friend who owns it. And there's cameras all over the building. Obviously, she's not trying to hide if she's going into a building where you can see security cameras right on the outside that would document everything that's happening that we ultimately got to see in this trial. It's clear she's trying to stay the night in Detroit on November 3rd and didn't know where to go. It's clear from the video she's dead asleep at 1 o'clock in the morning when they're ultimately found and woken up to guns in their face. She testified she took 4 Xanax, and so did her husband. We also saw evidence there was a liquor bottle in the garbage, and presumably she had a drink. After 4 days of no sleep and not really eating, one can only imagine how hard 4 Xanax and a cocktail might hit you. So they make this big deal that after 11 o'clock saying we might have been found. Well,
Yeah, and also, if Jen wasn't so lazy, too lazy parent even, I wonder if she would have considered taking Ethan out of the desert and deserting him, because a lot of parents choose that instead of rehoming. Yeah, that is so sad. She may have done something like that. Yeah. I think it's a good idea to learn 5 words in different languages each week in our chats. Not to tell you what to do. I am living my blog dream, LMAO. Justice, children, feel free to talk. Absolutely. The biatch just wanted a good nap. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely, G. That's a good idea. Thank you for the suggestion. We certainly will do that.
earlier in those text messages that were admitted by the prosecution is Exhibit 430. The first text says, Marielle, this is Jennifer's phone. And Marielle was the other attorney at the time. Marielle, this is Jennifer's phone. James and Jennifer are using Jennifer's phone now. Next message. The other phone broke. And then there's a message to the Crumbleys, when you can, we'd like for you to call us. That's at 6:19. Then at 6:21, thank you, Shannon's calling you both shortly. Then at 7:02, I text, Marielle and I are going to come get you in the morning. We do not think it will help to make a statement that you're coming in or that it will be tomorrow morning. All we can say, as we've told everyone, is that you're coming back, and as of tomorrow, you'll be back. My next message says, we can show them that everything we've said was going to happen did happen. Because the Crumbleys weren't running. They just wanted to turn themselves in to a court. And law enforcement got on the stand and told you that's something people commonly do. It just didn't happen in this case. At 7:03, the Crumbleys write back, and we don't know if it's Jennifer or James because they're sharing his phone. Okay. Text to the lawyers that say Marielle, Shannon. I text, I am going to drive home from my office right now. I'll give you a call in about 45 minutes so I can get all of the bond factor information written down for you, for Marielle and me. I'm asking for bond information so we can go to the court in the
Your Honor,
morning.
I'm going to object. There's a prior ruling. She cannot be a witness. That was already dealt with.
Sorry, I thought I was arguing off the evidence they admitted.
Well, you can argue off the evidence.
Okay. So they say at 7:37, okay.
Yeah, and then she did an objection, because I don't blame her. I mean, it was some kind of cringe that she was talking about, definitely, because she keeps going on about this. So it was interesting to see the first objection of this series.
We'll be waiting. I'm going to call in 1 minute, okay? Then, at 11:14, on the phone that both of them have been using, a text is sent to the lawyers. Think we might have been found, don't know, just a heads up, please check. It's not for a couple hours that they're actually found, but Mrs. Crumbly testified she didn't send that text and she was already asleep. Now, after those text messages, there's 2 more pages that are included in that exhibit. So if you do end up taking a closer look at 430, which is totally fine, just be aware that there's another thread that starts that's a repeat, and I don't know why that is. I just want to let you know that, and I'm not sure why that exhibit is like that. That was a new one we got, obviously, all today. In the days after Mrs. Crumbly and Mr. Crumbly are planning to turn themselves in, we know they're planning to turn themselves in because Exhibit A was admitted, which showed they were trying to find a hotel in Auburn Hills on Priceline for December 4th and 5th, in case they needed it for the weekend. There's no doubts, and I don't need to go on and on about this, they were getting threats. That was so clear at trial. They were afraid to go turn themselves into a police station. A police station where if they went, there would likely be other inmates or bad people there, and their faces would be up on a TV because it was all over the state at that point. They were terrified. They wanted to go in through a lawyer. Reasonable doubt can be inferred from the fact that they set an alarm clock, which was admitted by the prosecution, showing that on Saturday they were getting up at 6:30 or 6:45, completely consistent with their plan to go to Novi for an 8:30 hearing. This is also not James's trial. I am not standing here suggesting that James is guilty of involuntary manslaughter in any way, but it is important to point out that James was the parent responsible for all of the storage of the guns. Jennifer Crumbly barely knew a thing about them. She didn't object to them being in the house. She didn't object to buying the gun that James and Ethan were interested in. She didn't object to calling it Ethan's Christmas gift. She was not responsible at all for the storage of the weapon. It is misleading to suggest by the prosecution that that 6-hour case was open on the bed and that it sat open like that all day with the ammunition box next to it. It's very clear that when James and Jennifer Crumbly were on the phone during that 7-minute phone call, Mr. Crumbly was looking for the gun, found the gun was missing, asked Jennifer Crumbly, where's the ammunition, pulled it out, and set it on the bed. It's not like that gun box, that case, was just sitting out there open at all times. When law enforcement did get there, find it on the bed, even they moved it around to the kitchen counter and other places. While this is not James's case, it is fair that Jennifer Crumbly would expect that he would have more flexibility in going to handle an issue at the school. That is not unreasonable and does not make her a bad mom. He's out in the Oxford, Lake Orion, Rochester area door dashing. She's the one with the professional career supporting the family and paying all their bills and trying to keep her job, which they may need to add the family on for insurance in this open enrollment period. She shouldn't be diminished as a mother because she was going to let father go to the school and handle whatever issue there was. Now, ultimately, they went together. But he's a DoorDash driver. She's trying to pay the bills. She's the breadwinner. At that time, he's in...
You see what she's going on about? Like, she's the breadwinner. I mean, she certainly didn't care about her kid, though. I'll look up what the sentencing was. Let's see. At least 10 years. 10 to 15 years.
Between jobs, she shouldn't be dinged for that. It's misleading for the prosecution to suggest there's been evidence in this case she keeps guns in the car. She didn't say she keeps guns in the car. When she was interviewed, and if you really want to watch the interview, you can, Jennifer told law enforcement there was one time that gun was in the back of her car. That one time was when James put it in the back of the car, and she drove the car to the range. Her son and her had a experience at the range, and she drove the car back home, left the car locked with the gun in it, so that when her husband got home, he could put it away. It is not true that she was driving around keeping guns in the car. That is not what she said to police. As far as Mrs. Crumbly knew, There was a cable lock on the gun at all times. She called it a string lock. She testified that the key was kept in a separate place in one of the many beer steins they...
There's some news on Michelle. Decision reached on contempt charge against Michelle Troconis. Michelle Troconis, convicted in Jennifer Dulio case, has contempt charges dropped. A judge dismisses contempt charges against Michelle. This is just new yesterday. Yeah. You heard that right. "14 and a half years Troconis was sentenced to. We're going to read the article about this right now, okay? All right, decision reached on contempt charges against Michelle Troconis report. Troconis was convicted last year in connection with... Yeah, correct. Correct, G. Connection to disappearance and deletion of Jennifer Farber Dulio in a separate but related trial. A contempt of court charge has been dropped against Michelle Troconis, who was convicted last year in the disappearance and death of Jennifer Dulios. Troconis, who is serving 14 and a half years in prison, was facing the contempt charges after prosecutors said she defied a court order during the trial by displaying text from a sealed report on Dulios's custody case. The front of the text reportedly was large enough that the gallery in the court could view the portion of it. It was about the text messages. Jennifer Dulios, 50, vanished from New Canaan home in May 24, 2019 and is presumed to be deleted. Her body has not been found. Troconis was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and related charges connection with the disappearance and deletion, and she was the girlfriend of Flotis Dulios, the estranged husband of Jennifer Dulios. The Dulioses were in the midst of a continuous divorce and child custody fight at the time of Jennifer's disappearance. Fotis Dulios was accused of murder and kidnapping in the case, but took his own life in January 2020, never stood trial. New 12 Connecticut reported that the prosecutors decided to drop the contempt charges in part because they would rather focus on their attention in defending against. Last week, the third suspect of the case, former attorney and friend of Fotis Dulios, Kent Mawani, pleaded guilty to a single count of the inferring with police in connection with the case. Mawani had faced the same conspiracy to commit murder charges that Troconis faced, as both were accused of assisting Fotis and Dulios in the murder plot. In a statement, News 12, Troconis' family called the decision to drop the contempt charges a meaningful step in the right direction that they hope will eventually lead to her conviction being overturned. All right. All right. Read that again. It may have cut out. Okay. See, like there's something going on. Let's see. Oh dear. Because I don't know if that went through. News 12 Connecticut reported that the prosecutors decided to drop the contempt charges. Zero. Do this again. It came back. Okay. News 12 Connecticut reported that prosecutors decided to drop contempt charges in part because they would rather focus on their attention defending against Dracona's appeal of her conviction. Last week, the third suspect in the case, former attorney and friend of Fotis Duilios, Kent McWhinney, pled guilty to the single count of referring to the police in connection with the case. McWhinney had faced the same conspiracy to commit murder charge of the Draconis faced. Both were accused. Maloney had faced the same conspiracy to commit murder charge, and Draconis faced, as both were accused of assisting Fotis and Duilios at the time of the murder. In a statement on 12 News, Draconis family called the decision to drop the contempt charges. In a statement on News 12, family called the decision to drop the contempt charges meaningful and step in the right direction that they hope they'll eventually lead her to conviction and being overturned. All right, so that was about that situation. All right. Okay, so that is what's going on with Draconis, and she was sentenced to 14 and a half years.
They had. She testified that she did know where the ammunition was. She hid it in her drawer of jeans. And she testified that things were locked and hidden separately, and that Mr. Crumbly was responsible for hiding the weapon. If you are upset with how the weapon was hidden, that's not your issue to decide. That's a future jury that will look at the case of James Crumbly. You're here to look at the case of Jennifer Crumbly.
You're welcome, G. And yeah, you see, basically, it is true that the Crumbly's father, that's a separate case from the mother's case. But it's still, they both were agreeing on the same thing, though.
And consider what she knew. She is not the person responsible for storing this weapon. I'm not trying to suggest she didn't know it was in the house, but she is not the person putting the cable lock on and off or doing anything with the gun. We saw her gun abilities when she went to the range and had to have her son show her everything about it. It's a gross overstatement to keep saying that the gun was his gift. It's very clear it was something bought for him to use at the shooting range. something that may one day ultimately be truly just his. But it's just like any of us giving our kids a laptop to use, a cell phone to use, a car to use, a jet ski. I have a friend that has kids, they have snowmobiles. Nothing different. It doesn't really mean the kids just have free access to all of that stuff. It comes with conditions, rules, and parameters. Unfortunately, this is a case where the prosecution made a charging decision way too fast. It was motivated by obvious reasons for political gain and media attention. And we know that because on 11/1, when the shooter was arraigned, the shooter was on Zoom, and so were the parents, and the media was aware. And when Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly were charged, and there was a swear-to at the court, the media was all there, but guess who wasn't? Mr. or Mrs. Crumbly. Mrs. Crumbly testified she didn't even know there was going to be.
That's true, Abby. She's Obama gaslighting, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. I agree. I don't know if y'all could hear it, but there's cicadas outside. I don't know if y'all could hear it. It stopped.
An arraignment, but the media knew. And then the prosecution came out with a big press conference, announcing it. I would submit that the plan was never to let the Crumblies turn themselves in, but to turn them into a big charade of looking like they're trying to flee when they absolutely weren't.
They were trying to flee, my opinion.
The prosecution and law enforcement have approached this case with tunnel vision from day one. Brian Maloche called it a witch hunt. I would submit to you it was. And once they charged these parents and the ATF, Sheriff's Department, Border Patrol, Secret Service, all U.S. Marshals, not Secret Service, when all these agencies have gathered around and hundreds of people are looking for the Crumblies, it's really hard to say, we made a charging decision a little too fast. And in this case, you heard evidence that much of the evidence in the case didn't roll in until after the parents were charged, arrested, and in jail. To try to suggest having multiple phones as a sign of fleeing is just garbage. I think everyone here clearly understands why they bought burner phones and why they went and bought replacement phones with their phone numbers so they could use two-factor authentication to get into their accounts.
Yeah, definitely trying to flee. It's hilarious and complete gaslighting.
Jennifer Crumbly is seen in the police interview at the substation handing her phone to law enforcement when they're asking questions. When the police tell her they want to take her phone for a search warrant, she doesn't want to hand it over right away, but it's not because she's trying to hide things. It's because it's her only line of communication. She doesn't really understand how a search warrant works until her husband explains it. All of her contacts are in the phone. She doesn't carry around a little diary of all the numbers, although police do let her get the numbers out. And it's the only way people can get a hold of her, and she's been in touch with them nonstop, as we can see when she's in the police vehicles. And again, although she's on her phone, and there is a substantial amount of time where she's looking things up, communicating with people, trying to get things done, that doesn't mean she believed her son was a school shooter and had no emotions over what was happening. The prosecution has painted her out to be a person who lacks remorse, and I would submit to you that she would change everything if she could. And when she looks back and says,
Well, that's not true because she certainly didn't do anything to change the situation. All she's concerned about is saving her own hide. And she does not know how a search warrant works. She didn't pass 7th grade. But I'm sure people that didn't pass 7th grade, people in 1st grade would know. So, I think that she's just a Dumbo, a Jen. Dumbo. And I will say we have a couple of minutes left. We're almost done. This is almost finished.
there's not a thing that she feels she could have changed that would have changed something, you have to keep in mind that the suggestions by the prosecution are just ridiculous. Giving him a hug that day in the counseling office was going to stop a mass shooting. That's just ridiculous. There is nothing to prove that
Yeah, the D word.
anything could have stopped a mass shooting when you're dealing with someone who is so manipulative and is a criminal and was a shooter in cold blood and pled guilty and took responsibility as an adult for his crimes. Finally, my last reasonable doubt card is blank because
She ran out of cards, and she has a blank card. I know, right, Caraville? I mean, you feel me? It's like, you know, she did everything she could do to not have this happen. Everything she could do to go back and make it right. But she was only out for herself, and the only reason why she wants to go back is to save her own hide. Yeah, shout out to Aaron. Cool mom. Yeah.
I tried my hardest to come up with all the reasonable doubts the defense sees in this case. And like I said, each of you need only one to vote Mrs. Crumbly not guilty. But a lot of times jurors think of a reasonable doubt I miss because there's so much evidence. And we've already established, and I've admitted I'm not a perfect person and not a perfect lawyer, so I put a blank card before you so that if you have a doubt I've missed, you know you're not limited to what I've suggested or the defense has suggested. You're welcome to come up with your own doubts on your own. And if you decide you want to dive in and read the truth between Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly and everything they talk about, you're totally more than welcome to. Those exhibits are all going back with you. And what I'll tell you is that you're going to find a lot of instances
Her with the papers again. Good grief.
where Mrs. Crumbly is anxious, asking where her son is, where her husband is. You're going to see a lot of horse talk. You're going to see arguments between a married couple. When I read them, they read just like my husband and myself, yelling and swearing at each other at times. And then the next message says, hey, what do you want for dinner? And then we just move on, and that's just how life is. You'll see messages in here that will certainly make you blush when you read what Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly intend to do in bed that night. You will read a variety of messages that show real life, and real life between two married people that have a child. And it should make no difference that they may use their horse's name more often than their son's.
They use their horse's name more often than their son's. Scared. Like, come on. Like really, she just proved that the prosecution's right. Has nothing to do with stopping the deletion spree. A normal mother in general would hug their child. OMG, I used to hug my kids so tight, even after parent-teacher conference when they volunteered to help mom. So sweet.
And I'd also submit that every time you see them talk about when is he going to be home and what are we going to eat for dinner, even if they don't use H-A-N, that's who they're talking about. Because there are only 3 of them in that house. At this point in the trial, I am asking that you find Jennifer Crumbly not guilty, not just for Jennifer Crumbly, but for every mother who's out there doing the best they can, who could easily be in her shoes, for every parent doing the best they can, who could easily be in their shoes, for every parent that has snippets of text messages that could be read and make them look like horrible monsters, for every parent that has fights with their kid on text message that also could make them look like terrible parents. For every parent that's ever had a hobby and has not spent 24/7 with their child. That should not be held against parents. For any parent that's ever had an affair or spent time communicating on an affair, that says nothing about how much you care about your child or your expectation of whether or not they would commit a school shooting. Most people who have affairs would still not expect their child would do this. I do wish more than anything this case could bring justice to the victims of the shooting, the victims of the terrorism that took place that day, and the victims of their families. I wish more than anything it really could be a result that would be a Band-Aid to make everyone feel better, but it can't be. First of all, it brings back nothing for the people who have lost. It certainly doesn't bring back any lives. And if anything, this is not justice. This is not how justice works. This case does nothing for the people who have already lost everything. Many of the people sitting in this courtroom. And it does nothing to bring back the tragedy that unfolded on November 30th. At this point in time, the prosecution cannot prove that Mrs. Crumbly avoided exercising ordinary care that would have saved lives. The prosecution cannot prove that Mrs. Crumbly was aware there was a danger that existed by her son that required her to exercise reasonable care. They cannot prove that she was grossly negligent and that there was any way she could foresee that this would happen, as awful as it is, and we all stipulate it is. At this point in trial, I always have to sit down. This is how the court rules work. Prosecution gives a closing, I give a closing, they have an opportunity for rebuttal, and then I don't get to say anything else. And I'm sure you can see from my demeanor in trial, when the prosecution says something that I know I have an argument against, I get anxious, you can see a reaction, and I'm not going to do that, but I am going to tell you that as they argue, I will have many things that I wish I could get up and say, that's not true, and argue against. So what I would ask is that when you go back in the jury room and begin to deliberate, you think about and ask yourselves, what would Shannon Smith have said in response to the rebuttal where they get the last word? I would just ask that you consider that in your deliberations, because I guarantee you I'll have a very hard time sitting here knowing that the prosecution gets the last word when I know the defense would disagree with it. And I am asking each of you to vote that Mrs. Crumbly is not guilty because she is not guilty, and because a not guilty verdict is the only fair and just result in this case.
All right. Let's see, a couple of seconds left.
Thank you.
All right. That is finished. We did it. Oh, okay, Careville, okay. I didn't realize how dark it was in here. Okay. Wikipedia. Alright, so you see her closing and how basically she's doing a lot of gaslighting, in my opinion. I know she has to be an attorney and she has to try to defend her case, but she completely is like doing this gaslighting, and I think that Jennifer was out for herself, and it's really bad what happened, but basically going out of her way to, you know, kind of put the kids, her own kids down and stuff, things that are relevant, and she kind of loses her temper sometimes. It's quite wild. Oh, you're welcome, G. That was my pleasure. That was wild. We've been streaming for 5 hours. I was glad to do it for y'all. Oh. Alright, go here. Yeah, so Emoki really enjoyed the stream. She told me that she liked it a lot. she said a comment previously that she was glad that I streamed this. Yeah, so I just think her closing, it was just, there's, some perspectives from law that she was trying to do, and then other perspectives of trying to strawman and gaslight. And I don't completely think that, she keeps on trying to defend herself and not defend her client. All right, gotta go. Nice hanging with y'all. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Half of her closing was being pissed about her own life. Oh, who's bashing and smashing? Oh, it looks like a bashing and smashing party. Scared. You definitely ignored your family. All right. Yeah, so that's what I think about that. And as I said, we're just going over old trials that we used to watch, and we're just like giving commentary about it. And have a great weekend, Moki. All right. Well, okay. Now, this will conclude this live stream. By the way. Yeah, party time, Abby. Yeah. All right, so we have reached the end of this stream. And I want to say that I'm glad to do a daytime stream again, with y'all. This was a great stream. I appreciate all of you very much. This chat is amazing. Y'all have done an excellent job, and I love all the wrenches in the chat. It's a very beautiful effect, how all the different colors and the wrenches, everybody, is really great looking. The way the wrenches look with all the different emojis and comments is a very great effect. All right. Yeah, so that is like my thoughts about that. And Shannon was just really nuts, and we'll continue to look over that. And that was her closing. It was a success, Alien. Oh, thank you. And I appreciate y'all that this was vibing. Yeah, I appreciate y'all and the connection and the unity that y'all have. Make a great team, and that y'all would stay with me and watch this together. And I appreciate y'all liking the streams where y'all want me to do this. Yeah. So, all right. I just want to say a special thank you to everybody that tuned in and watched. Hit the like button. Everybody that was here and everybody that viewed this. And y'all have a very great evening. And thank you all so much. And have a great weekend, friends. If we don't see you before Monica. All right. All right, everybody. Have a very blessed, great weekend. All y'all take care. And we are a great combo of exceptional humans, if I do say myself. We are better together, learning from one another, most respectful group. Yes, absolutely, G. That is a complete fact. That is, we learn, iron sharpens iron, as the scripture says. All right. Everybody, thank you to the new subs, everybody that came in, and peace. Let's see if it works.